This has a nice little top hat on for a microphone there.
We're gonna get the sound plugged in.
No, I think there's a.
Yeah, we haven't.
I don't even know. There it is.
There you go.
You see this?
Yeah, yeah,
What?
yeah, I know. Is it just me?
Holy kittens.
A lot of trees down for this meeting.
Yeah, I didn't print the whole thing.
Michael came in as well. We got a.
Such a big crowd.
Hey, Matt, how are you? You giving away free food or something? I need to just run a bit. Okay.
All right, Trustee Patino.
Very well. So, yeah, the three of us.
Just the three of us, socially distant, I see from each other.
Well, we're in blue. That was very blue.
Are we ready? Are we ready? We are. Welcome, everybody, to the regular Board of Trustee meeting for Tuesday, March 22nd, 2022. As you'll note, there are three trustees who are present live and in person, and there are four trustees who are also live, but are there virtually. So is there a motion to open the meeting? Trustee Patino, second. Trustee Rosenberg, all in favor? Meeting is officially open. Let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome, everybody. It's nice to see so many people in person. It's the first time, I think, in quite a while that we've seen so many people here. So everyone's welcome. I think we are passing around a sign-in sheet, though, just in case for contact tracing. So the first item on the agenda is a public hearing to discuss the expansion of the tree preservation and mandating restoration. So is there a motion to open the public hearing? Trustee Rosenberg, second. Trustee Patino, all in favor? Public hearing is officially open. And am I turning this over to Valerie or?
Valerie.
Valerie?
Can do an introduction and then we can.
Valerie, why don't you come on up and introduce yourself and tell us what's going on?
My name is Valerie Menastra, the village planning consultant for the village of Knott's Berry. I think tonight we are here for a public hearing on the tree code, or excuse me, actually it's going to be an update to the zoning code, but the tree regulations. And the concept here is to provide some additional protections on trees and to streamline the permitting process, as well as to as well as to sort of consolidate when you undertake tree review and for site plan subdivision or a tree permit process, that there would be a requirement now for tree replacement, where prior to these proposed regulations, right, you would just have the tree permit and or tree replacement could be recommended, but it wasn't mandated. And that's one of the other big changes associated with this particular regulation.
And also, you're establishing a special purpose fund into which penalties for violations of the tree code will be deposited specifically to be used at the village board's discretion for tree preservation activities.
Okay, so Valerie, could you give us, I mean, just, there are some changes and I think you've touched upon them somewhat, but is there any other highlights that the public should be aware of?
So, I mean, I think in terms of, I mean, the law itself, I mean, you still have a required to have permits like you do now. There are some exceptions to the permitting process, and that includes specifically dead or dying trees. Let me just pull up that section, I apologize. So a tree removal permit is not required for any tree that's not regulated by this chapter, or down tree, routine pruning or trimming, removal of any tree on the New York State prohibited or regulated invasive species list. It has to be determined in writing on business letterhead of a certified arborist. Removal of any tree that has been found to be dead, dying, insect infested, or otherwise hazardous, again, as determined in writing on business letterhead of a certified arborist. And then protecting trees present and that present an unacceptable risk to person or property, to the owner, to the public, or public property. And again, a tree risk assessment should be performed and also documented. Currently, right now, all those types of trees, except for ones that are in immediate danger, that's identified by the building department, would require a permit removal. So this is trying to streamline the process a little bit, but then also add some additional protections because we are expanding a little bit of the permitted tree, what's required as a protected tree, as well as again the tree replacement, which is not necessarily a one-to-one replacement, but the 50% of the diameter breast height that is removed would be required, replaced, or be in lieu of, or some combination of both.
Okay. So I know Trustee Patino, I know you spent a lot of time and energy on this, which we appreciate. Is there anything that you want to share before we go to the public?
I think there's a few things. Also, I should say firstly that the credit for, belongs mostly to the Conservation Advisory Board, who did a lot of the drafting and who brought this idea forward to us. Second, the Tree Commission, who have had a lot of sort of valuable input into, exactly how this has, the sort of key components to it, and Tree Consortium. There's a couple of other things that I think are important in the overall understanding of what the intention of this. And firstly, what's incorporated in here are much clearer definitions, which I think one of which we may talk about a little more tonight. There's a clearer path to permitting. I think historically, the question of tree removals has been confusing to residents. So a big part of this is also to clarify what the process is and how one goes about that. We touched upon the replanting or payment in lieu of, which I think is sort of one of the major critical elements of this. But what's also important are that we've established fines for violations for those people who are not following the code. And now that it's very clear, everyone who's not adhering to that will be penalized financially. Both that can work in terms of the resident and the arborist who's doing work without a permit. And then I think lastly, it enables and provides the tools to our building department for a real robust enforcement of this. And so we'd like our building department, our residents to think about trees the same way we think about building, and that it's a major endeavor. If you're going to address one, if you're going to remove one, it should be looked at carefully. It should be avoided at all costs. And so we're putting the true cost of tree removal, sort of on the table at the beginning. So I think all those things are really important. We did have a number of comments about a couple of items that relate to a couple specific issues here. Most importantly, this question of permitting for trees on the invasive species list. And I think it would be valuable to hear from some, I can see some people here who feel strongly about that. I think they probably make the case better than I can. And they've come here to do that. So I'd like to give them the opportunity to. But I think we should be focused tonight, because most of what we're looking at, we've seen in draft form, I think 2 or 3 times already, and we've been through it, and there's not that much new here. But there are some questions tonight as to whether a couple of issues should be modified before we vote on this.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, do you just want to enter into the record the written comments that you've received? There's a list of them in your.
And so for the record, the board has received an email dated March 16th, 2022 from Elizabeth Martin, a letter dated March 17th, 2022 from the Tree Commission, a memorandum dated March 18th, 2022 from the Conservation Advisory Board, and a letter dated March 18th, 2022 from Susan Galloway. So that will be part of the record, and the trustees have all read and received. They've all received these emails. So before I go to the public, I just want to see if any of the trustees have any other comments. Trustee Rosenberg or anything? Okay. Any of the trustees want to make a comment before we turn it over to the public?
I did. I didn't understand the exceptions to it. Why the exceptions would be removed from having to replace trees, because I thought that was a big goal of ours, was to make sure that we weren't cutting down too many trees without replacing them. And this seems to have a lot of exceptions to the rule that would not have to be replaced.
Albie, can you comment on that, or?
Sure. Talk a little bit about the exceptions. Most of the exceptions deal with trees that are already have some sort of injury, are dying, or dead, or insect infested. So if the board wants to remove those, I mean, the thought was that they won't necessarily have to go to the tree commission to get a permit. They can just go right to the building department to move that process forward. And then it wouldn't require necessarily a direct replacement of those trees. The concept of identifying trees that need to, or permitting, are ones that are in otherwise healthy conditions, that if they do get removed, then we want to encourage a replacement of those trees.
I don't know if it's just, sorry, Valerie, I don't know if it's just me, but it's hard to hear. Is it the placement of the
sorry.
microphone?
There's a lot of background noise, so.
I think it was the location of the microphone. Try again.
Is that better?
It is. It's better for me. I don't know, Shari, if it's better for you. Yeah, it's better now. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I'll just quickly summarize. So basically the list of the trees that are allowed to be removed that do not require permitting are found to be injurious, dead, diseased, dying, or ones in risk to person or property. In terms of the ones that we're looking to permit are ones that are healthy trees that wouldn't necessarily need to be removed. And so because of that, if somebody is electing to remove those trees through on their individual property or through the site plan approval or subdivision permitting process, that there is a requirement to replace those trees.
Great. So there is a requirement to replace trees that are dying or injured?
No, not necessarily, not the ones that do not need a tree removal permit, which would include those that are dying, disease infested, dead, or in unacceptable risk to person or property. Also, ones that are on the invasive species list.
But those trees still have to go to the building department to get a permit. They just don't go through the
That's-
tree removal permit, right?
That's correct.
So couldn't when they go to the building department and get the permit, it's still required that they either pay or replace the tree?
That is up to the board, and that could be worked into the regulations if the board so chooses.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why you'd want to make it easier for them to get the permitting done versus other trees, but it seems like it defeats the goal if these types of trees are excluded from the replacement, but we'll see what everyone else says.
Well, I think that there's one, part of that is we want to discourage people from removing healthy trees. So if you've got a dead or, sort of insect infested tree that's going to come down, it's not the same. It's not the same thing. I think the
Right.
question to discuss tonight, and I think we should all hear from from a few people who are here to speak specifically about this issue, is whether the removal of a tree that is on the invasive species
Right.
list would constitute a requirement for tree replacement or payment in lieu. So if that's the issue you're talking about, then I think we should get to
Yeah.
that, because that's the sort of heart of the, sort of conversation tonight. Whereas the other ones, I think, they're left of their own, they would fall down, they'd be dead, they wouldn't survive anyway. And, there's a sort of natural order about that, which is different than removing the invasive species.
Okay.
Well, if I can, to comment on what Nicole said. I mean, presumably one concern is if you create significant obstacles or costs to somebody removing a tree that's dangerous to buildings or people, that may delay or, keep them from wanting to take that tree down, in which case, they'll wait until it falls on somebody's house or, heaven forbid, a person, because they don't want to, spend the money and go through the more complicated and difficult process.
I'm not suggesting they go through the more difficult process. I'm just talking about excluding them from the replacement requirement.
Well, again, replacement.
But I hear what you're saying, and I hear what Michael's saying.
Replacement would cost money, so then
Okay.
they'd be in a situation where, if I took the dead tree down, it's going to cost me. There are probably folks in the room with a better sense than I as to what it costs them. The replacement might be very expensive.
Donna?
Yeah, building on that, I just want to comment for a lot of this stuff in general is we have to be, I think this is a great law, and I think it's great that we're doing all this, but we just also at the same time have to be mindful that if we make a permitting process so onerous, complicated, and expensive, people are going to start doing things without permits. And one of the purposes of having permits is to make sure things are done correctly in the proper order. So if we overburden people, you don't want to see them taking stuff down on their own. That's all I'm saying. We'd have to be mindful of that. And yes, I think we should have the permitting process. And yes, I think all this should be done. But again, I don't think we should impose, major permit fees. There shouldn't be necessarily a money-making process.
Okay,
Especially if they're going to have to be replacing the trees.
let's turn it over to the public. And again, tonight, we don't have to make any major decisions tonight. I mean, we don't have to resolve some issues, but we don't have to resolve the whole matter if we can. So if we may want to think about it and, contemplate the suggestions that we received. But let's hear from the public. So who'd like to speak first?
And I just want to note that I'll also be taking notes of all the comments that come in. And so another option is I could give the board some alternatives to consider at the next meeting as well.
That's a good idea. Okay, who's first? Well, just tell us who you are and your address.
Sure. My name is Anthony Niagara. I live at 45 Estwood Avenue here in Dubs. So I'm a member of the Conservation Advisory Board, and we did draft this law initially, which was handed over to Michael. And at this point, how it's written, the intent of what we had originally drafted has been distorted basically by the one provision of the invasive species. And I'd like to harp on that Because even out of my role in the Conservation Advisory Board, it seems if implemented as is, it will be an unfair burden to the small landowner who doesn't necessarily have the invasive species such as the Norway maple, which is abound in what we have as our forests and makes up our forests. The majority of the trees, if you walk through the Esterwood Woods, if you look behind Stop and Shop, if you go through the woods into Hastings, right, most of those trees are Norway maples. And most of those trees are on private land, right? Not on public land. So if we pass this law, this is going to give private institutions like Masters, like Children's Village, that do not pay taxes, right? Property taxes, a free pass to cut down these trees because they're invasive, right? And we could potentially lose our forests. I'm not saying that's going to happen, right? But the invasive issue in this law is just very tough to wrap my head around. Because it defeats the intent of why we push this law to attempt to become a law, right? Because right now, as the law stands, we basically don't have a tree law, right? Right now, if you cut down a tree, you get a $50 fine and you go along your way. There's no enforcement, and people could do right now whatever they want, right? That's how it stands right now. And we're trying to bring forth a fair law that incorporates reasonable fees to the village and also incorporates reasonable due diligence for the landowner to make sure that if you do cut down a tree, you get to plant a tree somewhere else, right? Very simple idea. And if the invasive species exemption continues, what's going to occur is that the true intent of the law is fully subverted. It's fully subverted.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have one question, and because I was confused in reading this and then in something that Michael said. Does the removal of a healthy invasive tree under this law require a permit, or does it not? It does. So if I understand your concern correctly, it's based on the idea that anybody could just cut down a tree without a permit.
No, it's the replacement.
So if I'll give it examples, now, if I have a tree on my property that I want to cut down, and it is one of these invasive species that is on the invasive species list, I have to bring that to the building department. It has to be identified as such by an arborist. They submit that to the building department, at which point they're allowed to remove that tree with no requirement for replanting.
So the
or
permit is
payment.
automatically granted.
That's correct, with evidence that it is that tree. So it is in a way sort of outside of the permitting process. It's not willy-nilly. I mean, you still have to show evidence that it is that type of tree, but yeah, it's not permitted.
Gotcha. Okay, so it needs to be permitted, but there's no impediment to a permit, so it's an automatic. It's a gimme. Okay, thanks.
Anybody else? Sure, come on.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sue Galloway, also on the Conservation Advisory Board. I live at 122 Judson Avenue. And I just want to kind of reiterate Anthony's comments and say, maybe I'll just make an argument right now that though the Norway maple and other invasive or invasive regulated trees, we don't necessarily want to be planting them right now, but if they are there standing, they do have value. Just because a tree is a non-native tree, it doesn't mean it's not serving a purpose. And so, for example, a Norway maple, big, like 75-year-old one is going to be, I don't know, like 100 feet tall. It's going to store carbon. It's going to absorb water. It's going to stop erosion on a hill. It'll be habitat for birds, squirrels. I mean, like, these are all the things that we want to have in a vibrant community that supports nature. And to be able to just take the tree down, I just don't think that that's as Anthony was saying, it's not the intent of the law that we were trying to draft. What we're trying to do is get people to, think about supporting nature. I mean, we're all in this together, right? So if they want to take that type of a tree down, to go through the regular permitting process and then be required to replant something. And as part of this, we want to be able to give homeowners the information. This tree would be good for where you want to plant it. We can offer like information about how to plant, how to take care of a tree that you're planting. So we wanted to use it as an opportunity, both like, so yes, they would need a permit, but also it's a chance to educate people and to make their homes and, like all of our homes a better place by continuing to support nature the way it should be. So I don't think we need to there needs to be like a rampage against invasive or invasive regulated trees, because they are serving a purpose that supports us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for both of you for volunteering. I appreciate it. Anybody else?
Valerie, can you speak to the fact that you have later a tree removal permit applications required if there are 5 or more trees being removed on a single lot with any given 12-month period? Does that include these maples as well? Is it possible that we could tweak that clear cutting to make it clear that not including? Okay, that's a possibility.
Okay, you could expand upon that later, but let's hear from.
Steve Tilley, Ogden Park. God forbid that I should speak in favor of invasive species, but I spend a lot of time with a weed wrench pulling out Norway maple sprouts. But I think this is an example of what the Pennsylvania Dutch call crazy clean. It's just, sure, we don't want our forests full of invasive species, but that's the forest that we have locally. It's providing ecological environmental services to us in the form of carbon sequestration and all that good stuff that has been described. So I think that having it in the code is above and beyond. So I would opt for its removal at this point.
Okay. Anybody else? Sure, come on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the board. And I want to compliment the people that.
Could you tell us who you
Oh,
are?
I'm sorry. Apologize. My name is Vincent Coulihan, 27 Allen Street, Dobbs Ferry. Lifelong resident for the village of Dobbs Ferry. My grandfather came here in 1908. He brought a fig tree from Italy that still lives.
Wow.
Okay. And I transplanted it about 40 years ago and it still lives. I understand the value of our environment. Truly, I do. I caution us, there's a couple of things here. Again, I believe that the intentions are good here. I don't believe that this is going to stop people from doing anything because they're not going to take down trees that are dying. And I got a great example that I'll give you right here. And it's all over the village. But if you make something so cumbersome, they're not going to do anything. And then it puts us all at risk as a taxpayer. Okay. I just ask us to be careful what we ask for. I can use Rivertown Square as an example. Can you imagine where you're going to find the space to replant all those trees? I was here. I rode a motorcycle through there when I was a kid. Okay. But yet we tore them down. And so I just caution us what we do.
So you're saying that this is too cumbersome, the whole statute?
Yes.
Okay.
I just believe that because of the code, and I also believe that this is not in the proper area. I don't believe our building department is overtaxed. They're a great bunch of people. They really are, but they can't be the tree referees either. That's a comment that I'm as a taxpayer. Again, going back over 40 years as a taxpayer now. Our building department is important for public safety in buildings. We really got to rethink this. I'm not discrediting the effort that these people have put forth. It's valuable. I'm also an astronomer. I posted pictures in Dobbs Ferry of the comet Neowise, of the stars. I know that the environment is hugely important, but I believe that the way this is set up is not going to be in our best interest. If you want a one-for-one tree planting, think about that. I also work in New York City. When I need to take a tree down in New York City, if I can't replant it, I just pay a fee to the conservation department, and they'll find where they need to put that money. There may not be a practical way of replanting certain trees. There's other risks you take, and as we take, if we start planting trees, you're going to interfere with the underground utilities, most notably the sewer and the water system and natural gas. That's a big issue. Homeowners may not know that. They're gonna say, oh, I'll cut down this tree. I'll put a tree right here. And 6-10 years later, it's gonna wrap itself around a main and cause it to fail.
But just so I'm clear, what are you saying? Leave it the way it is? Is that what you're saying?
I think we need to, I'm giving you comments.
Right. That's why I'm asking you.
I'm just saying that I believe that this is kind of cumbersome.
Okay.
There's a lot of things. You're asking people to do things. I'm giving you a comment back. I cut down 5 trees, 10 trees. You're not telling them where to plant them, but they can inappropriately plant them somewhere and cause us a problem. On Cedar Street, Main Street, and I read the code about replanting trees and making sure, but if you're not careful, in 5 or 10 years, that tree's gonna grow up and it's gonna pull the sidewalk up with it. Okay, I'm just saying, these are comments from a simple engineer and as an environmentalist that I really am, that I'm concerned with. I don't want someone to slip, trip and fall on the highway, on the village tier because we did something, because we forced them to do something. And then guess what? Vinny gets to pay the tax increase. Not you, Vinny.
I was just
I'm
gonna
sorry,
say.
not you,
Vinny
Vinny.
didn't pay the
Sorry,
tax
I
increase.
apologize.
Well, you will with all.
But but this picture here is an example, excuse me, I'm sorry, ma'am.
I was going to tell you the code, this provision, there is a fee in lieu of having to replace. So as you're describing in New York City, that you have that opportunity.
As long as we understand that, okay? Again, I printed this out, I did look at it.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
You got it.
So some people may say, oh, I gotta get a permit, I gotta go to this, gotta do that. Here's a tree with I'm not an expert, I'm not a arborist, but I believe the tree is dead. I don't think it has a pulse. There's a large branch, it's approximately 6 inches in diameter, that's fallen down, and it's about 15 to 20 feet in the air. If I use a simple mass times acceleration, if someone was underneath there, they're going to be severely hurt. Okay, and I've seen this in a lot of places, and this is in the village of Dobbs Ferry. Okay, I only use this as an example because I don't want people not to maintain their property, but they may not maintain their property if they see something perceived as arduous. I think you did a great job. Please don't take that the wrong way, please. But again, I'll just like to say, I don't believe our building department should be the tree referees. They have enough they have to do as it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to give you this picture.
I just want to say a couple of things. I'll take a look. The trees, so the applications are or at least a lot of the legwork is done by the tree commission. The building department, as I described before, depending on how we ultimately look at this, would assess if a tree requires a further review. That's all. So I just also for everyone else, I don't, and we've talked about this with our building inspector. He's on tonight, and maybe he can weigh in as to whether he thinks this is going to be problematic from a commitment of him and his staff for review. Mr. Romer, would you?
Yeah, no, I don't think it'll be a problem. We act more as a liaison between the tree commission and the building department issuing the permits. They approve the permits. I mean, we do take in the applications, but they do all the work. They go assess the tree. They do everything. We just actually do the paperwork on the permit. So it doesn't weigh down our department.
Okay. Anybody else in the public?
There are 2 people online.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
We
Yes.
can. Can you tell us your name and your address, Mr. Harris?
Sure. My name is Alan Harris, and I live on Rochambeau Avenue, 39 Rochambeau Avenue.
Okay.
So I'm going to be brief. I'm going to make 3 quick points and then ask one question. So my first point has to do with the dead and dying and diseased and danger to people or property exception to the replacement requirement. And my concern with that is that the exception is going to end up swallowing the rule over time, because what is it that happens to trees? Just like what happens with people, they become diseased and they eventually die. So the church up the block from me, Sacred Heart, is one example. When I moved into the neighborhood almost 25 years ago, there were a number of large trees on Sacred Heart's property. And of course, over time, they die or they get diseased. So I completely agree with the sentiment aired by Nicole Sullivan that there shouldn't be an exception for those. That simply doesn't make any sense. That's number one. Number two, the response to that position was, well, it's so expensive to replace trees. You can't make people replace trees. And if you do a simple Google search for 10 free trees, Arbor Day Foundation, you will see that, in fact, you can get 10 free trees just for signing up for them, because, of course, there's an entire movement, right, to plant more trees because we all have a big problem. Our earth is dying. So that's number two. Number three, I won't go into details. I'll just join Stephen Tilley, Sue Galloway, and Anthony Nigro, what they said about invasive species and the values that they have. So I just want to join that comment. And then I'll close with a question, which is, could somebody say a little bit more about that payment in lieu issue? Because my concern is that our society has lots of people with lots of money. And I don't think money should be able to buy their way out of saving the earth from its current destiny. So if somebody could say something about that payment in lieu, what the money is going to be used for, is it planting trees, and is payment in lieu a good idea? I would appreciate that. Thank you very much for your time.
Mike, do you want to talk about it or?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm not going to answer the question directly, but I'm going to get to it in a certain way. The purpose of this is not to we don't want people to pay into this fund. What we want people to do is reconsider removal of a perfectly healthy tree. And so if it's more of a burden to remove the tree and replace it rather than maintain it, then we've achieved our goal, because we don't, hopefully what we will see is just less people removing trees, because it's more work to do that than it is to leave it alone or to just take care of it. So I think that's really what this is about. I think secondarily, when it comes to building permits, site planning, the goal is to, again, encourage people who are planning, who, let's say there is a slightly better view on one part of their property, and there's also a lot more trees on that part of the property. Well, if their site plan is crafted in such a way that that they maintain most of the trees, right, and by doing that, they save themselves a lot of money in replanting or payment in lieu, and instead they move their building over to the other side of the lot and build in that way. Again, we've achieved our goal. It's to encourage people to keep their trees. It's not to punish them for removing them. So, and I guess I don't agree with you that everyone in Dobbs Ferry just has money falling out of their pockets as they walk around and are able to replace a tree. It's expensive to remove them. It's expensive to replace them, and it will be expensive to pay in lieu of replacement. So what we really want, I believe this is the intention, is for people to just leave them alone.
There's a lot of expense associated with that. We had a 200-foot oak tree fall on our property about 4 years ago. Removing the tree that had already fallen cost $8,000. So, there is a built-in disincentive to removing a tree. Can I ask a question though? What is the replacement? There's a requirement around the size of a replacement. Is it 50% of the diameter of the tree or the,
It'd be the waist height diameter, 50% of the total number
right?
of the other trees.
So my question is this, the tree that we had fall, had we been smart enough to identify that it was a danger and it was a real danger, and fortunately nobody was killed. Had we identified that for removal and needed to replace it, it had a 12-foot circumference at waist height.
But that would have been an exemption because it was a danger.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, but it's not for the purposes of punishment, as you know, we've said.
Certainly.
It's really like Trustee Patino said it, you know, more detailed definitions, a clear permitting process, replanting requirements. In the event, for example, if you're doing a site plan or a subdivision and you can't replant everything you need in that space because you're doing building envelopes, that's where the combination of a landscape plan and say the landscape plan does not rise to the level of meeting your obligation, then the rest of it is assigned a value, and that goes in your special purpose fund. And yes, the village board determines tree preservation activities, tree replacement activities that would qualify for use of that special purpose fund money.
I think we have one other person from the public, right? So let's get that person.
David, can you hear us? David, you need to unmute yourself.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Well, I'm David Duarte. I'm in the Tree Commission and also in the Conservation Advisory Board. And I've been listening to all of you guys there, and the whole thing here is, again, not to encourage people to remove trees that are healthy. And also, in my experience, I have come across a lot of people just tapping trees because they know that by doing that, they're cutting its life by 50%. So that tree in a couple of years will be dead completely. So we're not trying to make it harder for anybody, but we are trying to repel people from doing what they're not supposed to do.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else?
Nobody else has their hand.
Okay, so I think it seems to be one of the bigger issues is the question regarding the invasive trees. So if we feel that we can come to some kind of a consensus today to move Valerie in the right direction, fine. If not, if people want to think about it for 2 weeks, and then we can read Valerie's comments, we can do that. So are we ready to have a consensus at least about the invasive trees? Mike?
I'll start. I agree with a lot of what we've heard tonight on this question of the invasive species. And I think the question for us is, should we remove that clause entirely? Should we modify it in such a way that it identifies a couple of species that we also want to protect that are on the invasive species list? Those are questions I don't know if I have the right answer to, but I'm looking to people who may. And so I think other than that issue, I think what we have here, I think there's one other item that came up in one of the letters that came to us, which was a slightly modified definition of a critical root zone. So I think that incorporating that comment and modifying the section about invasive species, I'd be in favor of both of those changes.
Yeah, that was my sense of it as well. But Matt, what do you think?
Agreed. I don't think there should be sort of a gimme process for removing what could be a large number of trees.
Okay. Donna?
Donna, you're on mute.
Yeah, no, the Norway maples, like I have 3 in my yard. And if I were going to go and remove all 3, that would certainly have an impact on my neighbors and my own property. So I don't think they should just be totally excluded from the process. I'd like a little more time to think about it. I'm not ready to actually make a decision tonight. I'd like to see some of Valerie comments, specifically on this and fees and stuff like that. But, you know, I don't think the Norway maple should totally be excluded. I just wish there was some way it could be, because Mike had pointed something out to me earlier, is that if you have a choice between removing a Norway maple, if removing a red oak is going to cost you less than cost you
One
more
sec.
than removing a.
I didn't get that. Could you
Oops.
try again?
Yep, sorry, Siri is driving me crazy. Here, let me get rid of her.
But you were ordering pizza or something.
Yeah, no, I don't. For some reason,
Siri doesn't understand this tree thing either.
Siri's just as confused.
But the idea of if you have a choice between removing a tree that's going to cost you money and removing a Norway maple that's not going to cost you anything, you're going to, remove the Norway maple. So, I don't necessarily think that they should be excluded. So,
Larry?
I
but
agree.
that's the reason for excluding the Norway maple, is that you would choose to remove the cheaper one rather than removing the expensive one.
I agree with you and Trustee Patino.
Nicole?
I don't understand the whole fees thing. Like, I get the trees can be expensive, but you have to replace your tree with like a tree of similar kind, because you could be replacing a tree that's 30, 50, however many, from over 100 years old, and you're not going to replace it with like the same size, and you're going to put a new tree in, right? Or something different. So I'm just looking now to see if I see there's violations and stuff, but is there like a fee schedule for the replacement trees? I don't think that we should, I agree with that gentleman. I know his last name begins with a C, but I don't want to say it wrong. That we don't want to overburden the residents, by over-regulating these things, but I do think it's important, especially like when you do have projects, big developments that come in and take away a lot of trees that we're compensating. And I think on the payment in lieu point, part of the benefit of having that pocket of money is that, like, if we have a dead tree or something that needs to replace at one of our parks, the village could presumably use that money. And maybe I'm wrong, and Valerie can correct me, or Laura Lee can correct me, but could use that money to replace that tree. And so then that would help all the residents in our parklands. So I guess I just want to have a better understanding on the replacement costs, and if maybe we can limit it so that we're not overburdening the residents while still protecting the environment and the community. And I don't think Michael talked to me yesterday about like all the benefits that trees give to our homes and our soil. And so maybe him or Valerie want to explain that publicly, because most people like me probably aren't aware of the real benefit that we have to trees in our soils and erosions versus just like providing oxygen and paper when we kill them.
Okay, so can we just, I thought we had addressed it a little bit, but maybe Valerie, you could address it. The replacement of the trees would be 50%, right?
Yeah.
So it'll be 50% of the diameter breast height. And the concept is it's not necessary. So if you're taking down a 24-inch tree and you have to replace 12 inches, it's not necessary you have to replace a 12-inch, diameter breast height tree, but some combination of, so it could be a number of trees would be replaced on your property. And those would be proposed to the tree commission, as well as the tree species, the, diameter breast height of those trees, and the tree commission would approve it as part of the permitting process. Or if they were in front of the planning board for site plan approval or subdivision approval, that would be part of the landscaping plan presented to the planning board.
Would there be an option for a waiver? Let's say someone just can't afford to replace it. And I have no idea how much a 12-inch tree would cost, but if they can't afford it, they make some kind of an appeal to the.
Right, so they wouldn't necessarily, most likely, because your nurseries don't sell 12-inch diameter, so it'd be,
Five of those trees,
right, so they might, But that's where we have this combination of, so if for some reason a particular site plan cannot accommodate all of the trees that need to be replaced, they could propose to do some sort of combination of, we'll replace this many tree, X many trees on the site, and then we'll pay a fee in lieu of. We have not discussed the actual fee in lieu of at this point. We're just discussing the concept, but we can start coming back with some options for the board to consider.
Okay, thank you. Sherry? would you like-
Yes, I really appreciate how mindful of everyone has been, and I really appreciate all the comments, because I am certainly no arborist, and I don't even have a plant in my house because I kill everything. So it seems to me like there's only a couple of things in this long document that are of issue, and I would appreciate having more time to hear more about it, because I really want to weigh very carefully the environmental impact, the intent of this. And while everyone in Dobbs Ferry, isn't wealthy, we do have a wealth disparity. And what concerns me is that there are people in the village for whom $100 is a burden, and there are people in the village who $100,000 is no big deal. And so I don't want to necessarily make it easier for somebody who can afford to pay. I also am very protective, because I live on Bellwood, of the woods that are here, and I don't necessarily want to see everything just come down. So I don't think that I'm ready to make a decision, because I feel like I have a lot to learn about this issue.
One additional question, while we're, if we haven't defined what payment in lieu dollar amounts are, we have defined in here dollar amounts for penalties, and the dollar amounts for penalties are not particularly high. And if they are not higher or as high as payment in lieu, then it'll become an incentive to pay the fine for violating rather than for going through the process.
So Valerie, why don't you, let's put this over for 2 weeks, I guess. If you think you need more, we could do it in a month. But why don't you address some of the issues that we raised today? And I think also with the letter regarding the this critical root zone, I think that's an interesting point that I'd like to address. And also maybe you can give us a little survey if any other communities, what is the payment in lieu?
Sure.
Right?
We can do
Because
that.
as Matt said, we want it to be an appropriate amount.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
Anybody,
great.
if any of the other trustees, and certainly if any of the public have any other issues or questions that they would like addressed, you can send an email to us, and then we could forward them on to Valerie, and Valerie would take a look at them. And certainly the trustees can forward them to Melissa and to Liz, and then they can forward it to Valerie to address your issues and concerns. Okay.
If the board has to adjourn this to a
Yes,
date.
if you want to take a motion to adjourn this hearing, you need a date certain. Are you available on the 12th?
Well, I was going to suggest maybe we need April 22nd, because I'm sure we're going to get a couple more comments in from the public. And then this way it gives us, you and I, a little bit of time to pull together all the different, the information that the board is requesting.
Yes, and I think we can come up with some scenarios and options for incorporating some of the comments right off the bat. So if you want to adjourn it to a date certain, it's of your choice, but it does appear like, and then we could be ready at that second meeting to actually move this forward. If you were to finish your deliberations, we could close it, and we could also have a resolution prepared.
I would think, we're very close, the couple comments that we're hearing, I think it's just really a matter of tweaking a few things, but for the most part, I would say 98% of it has not been
Is
commented
the
on.
intention to establish those payment in lieu fee schedules for the next meeting, or you just want to have some information about what they would?
Yeah, we don't have to do it next week, just information.
Okay, good, because I think that requires some analysis and, sort of thinking that nobody's really done yet on this. And so I don't see how that would be ready, but that's it. I also want to say to Matt that the village has a very low threshold for fines. I mean, the fines have historically been very, very low for all sorts of violations. So, and the current fine is a joke. I think maybe it's $50 or $100 or something like that. So
you don't want to create a
now
perverse incentive for people to violate.
I agree. And I think that I think when we look at this, we'll see that the violations are kind of similar to where a
I say we
tree
should,
cost would end
we
up.
should have an approach that balances that rather than like
I agree,
define in the
yeah.
code what the violation is, but then have, a separate idea of what the payment in lieu of, just so that they, I mean, if they can be tied together in some rational way, and we avoid a perverse incentive, then that would be.
They should be, and they also should be per instance. And so if I take down illegally 5 trees, it's 5 violations,
yeah.
not 1. But in addition, and I think it's something that's in here we can talk about, there's the violation is twofold. It's for the person removing the tree and the homeowner. Now, if that happens to be one person, then that's one fine. But if the arborist is removing trees without a permit, it's a fine to them, it's a fine to the homeowner. So, again, all of this is just incentivizing people to not take trees down. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
So Melissa, the next meeting is April 12th. We're talking about doing this April 26th, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, Val?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So is there a motion?
Sorry, I just want to ask that like maybe we can be prepared to actually vote on it though, because it has been being kicked around for a long time and we should just try to put it to bed.
That's
if
why
possible.
we put it over for a month.
Yeah, I'll have the resolution prepared. So if you are satisfied, you're making substantive changes, so we really do need to keep you're suggesting substantive changes. You're, especially with the invasives, I want to make sure you're completely satisfied with the language in the context. We couldn't, for example, close it tonight and make those revisions because they're substantive. So it's a zoning code change, so it needs to be in your hands at least 10 days prior to any vote you're going to take. So we'll have everything ready for you in terms of recommendations, options, a survey of other fees, other communities will have, and I'll have a resolution ready if you want to proceed.
Okay. So is there a motion to adjourn this public hearing until Tuesday, April 26th, 2022 at 6:30? Trustee Rosenberg, second. Trustee Patino, all in favor? Okay, this meeting is hereby adjourned. So this hearing is adjourned until then. Thank you, everyone. If you're not interested in anything else, now is the time to leave. Let's move over to public hearing number 2, which is regarding the Sacred Heart Project. Is there a motion to open the public hearing concerning 417 Broadway? Trustee Patino, second. Trustee Rosenberg, all in favor. The meeting is I keep saying meeting. The hearing is now open. So Mr. Zano is here. Valerie, you also. Let me hear from Valerie first. Valerie, can you just come up for a sec?
No, this particular application has been before the planning board. The planning board did provide a recommendation to the village board. You did not receive an official resolution because the planning board wanted to move it over as efficiently as possible to the village board. And both myself and Anthony Oliveri, who is the village engineer, had some comments. Those have been addressed by the applicants. So at this point in time, this application is ready for your consideration for approval.
Okay, that's what I really wanted just to know. So we've gotten the response and you're satisfied, Valerie, and so is our engineer.
Yes, and then the final tweaks to the site plan can be made at the building permit process.
Okay.
And Dan's on the phone too, so he can also weigh in as well.
Did this go to the county?
Yeah, I think there's a.
Yes, it did. And it was a notification. It was notification only, so we did not receive, right.
We did receive a receipt that they received it. So that's all we need. Otherwise, we'd have to wait for 30 days.
Right, no, that was all done.
And I believe that our consulting engineer is on the Zoom. I don't know if Elisa sees him.
All right, so let's restore, let's put him on.
I don't know if Anthony has anything to add, but
we'll ask
just
him.
to have him.
Anthony,
Yeah,
can
I
you
will.
hear us?
Hello, good evening.
There you are.
I'm in.
Yes, we did review the plan. We had some comments, mainly details on the stormwater system, and most of the details can be submitted during the building permit process, where we'll do a final review. So we were okay with it, really.
Great. Anthony, you want to come up and put a cherry on the top, I guess?
No, I'm gonna just, less is more. So we're, like you said, we have to do a deep water test pit, 7 feet in depth. And with that information, we'll finalize the detailed design for the stormwater and get that through the building permit. But that's, once we get approval from this board, we can proceed to the next step and get the building permit. And thank you all for your consideration.
Okay, so I don't have a written resolution, I don't believe, but I can just close the public hearing and just make a motion to approve this, correct?
Are there no other comments on the site plan questions?
Oh, I have one.
Wait, before that, just still my question is I could do that without, right?
Yeah, we haven't prepared a detailed resolution, but I think if you haven't received the county, which we've cleared, it looks like you've already taken your actions under SECRA. We'll have to, after the fact, get a resolution into the record, which just details the comments that were received. The filing at the county, the dates of that filing, and, you'll need to determine significance and we'll move forward.
But we could vote on that today.
If you are so inclined.
Okay, just so we can move things along.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Somebody else. Mr. Harris?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I'm still Alan Harris, and I'm still at 39 Rochambeau Avenue. I will be brief. I tried to look at the attachment online, and it appeared that one of the 2 large trees on the property was going to be removed as part of this application. And as I mentioned earlier, over the years, some big, beautiful trees at Sacred Heart have come down and were not replaced. And as some of you remember, there were huge trees over at the school, which is the backyard of many people, half the people on Rochambeau Avenue. Huge old trees that were removed when the artificial turf field was put in. So I was really just joining for the purpose of inquiring, is that locust tree, I may have the species wrong, coming down? If so, is it being replaced? What is the plan for tree planting as part of this process? Thank you.
We are going to be removing that large locust tree. We're replacing it with 5 native Acer rubrum, red maple, 2-inch caliper, and 1 redbud, Cercis canadensis. So we are replacing with 5 canopy trees and 1 ornamental native flowering trees, all native. And some more shrubs and other planting, but that's the tree species.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I greatly appreciate that.
Any other questions, Elisa, from the public on Zoom?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. So is there a motion to close this public hearing? Trustee Rosenberg, second trustee Patino, all in favor. The public hearing is now closed. I think we're ready to move forward on this. If everyone else is in agreement, we can I'll make a motion. So is there a motion to approve the site plan request at 417 Broadway Sacred Heart Project? Trustee Rosenberg, second trustee Patino, all in favor. Okay, that passes unanimously, and you'll work out the.
Yeah, I just want to point out the last time the applicant had agreed to do a timer on the lighting, so we can add that as a condition of your approval if you are so inclined. And also routinely, we put the notes that come from or your professionals, Mr. Oliveri and Ms. Monastro, we put those comments, what need to be, that usually goes in your resolution as well.
Right, so it'll be subject to all of the comments and requirements, the timing of the lighting as laid out by our engineer and our planner. Is that agreed?
And payment in full of your any consultant fees up to the point of the application. And Valerie, do we need anything specific about secret?
No, this was a type 2.
Thank you. It's a type 2, so no further action is necessary under secret, so you don't need to determine significance or proceed on that matter.
Okay,
We'll have that prepared for you.
hey, it's done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good night. Okay, let's move to appointments. And I know that people have been waiting a while for that appointment, so I apologize for keeping you guys waiting, but we're here now. So it's with great pleasure that we are announcing the appointment of Thomas Cullen to the position of laborer. We have a memo from Jennifer Dorman and Kendra regarding the recommendation dated March 17, 2022. And we also have a resolution, which I'm going to read a part of. And then since he's here, we could actually bring him up and take a picture. So now therefore be it resolved that Thomas Cullen be appointed to the position of starting laborer in the Department of Public Works effective March 23rd, 2022 at the annual salary of $49,615, and be it further resolved upon this permanent appointment of starting laborer Thomas Cullen shall be subject to mandatory probationary period of up to 52 weeks pursuant to civil service rules. Is there a motion to appoint Mr. Cullen as a starting laborer? Trustee Rosenberg, second trustee Patino, all in favor? That passes unanimously. Congratulations. Why don't you come up here and do a photo op? I know that we have cameras here.
This was the others.
This knows you can draw out. Cullen is also a volunteer firefighter. He's been almost all the fires that I have been walking by. Sure.
Why are you walking by so many fires, Vinny?
I just want to say a couple of thank yous to Jen and Kendra from the interviewing committee, Melissa, Mr. Mayor, Stephen, the general foreman, the board of trustees, for everything, giving me the opportunity. Thank you to the Department of Public Works members that came tonight, as well as my family. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm looking forward to working here.
Congratulations and good luck. Okay, you guys can all.
When is that pumper coming in?
You could stay if you want to, or we could,
We really just wanted an audience for the public hearings.
Could we close that door?
We simultaneously turn the air conditioner back on.
You can turn it on, it just makes a lot of noise.
Yeah, let's turn it on. I think you're right. Okay, let's go to the courtesy of the floor. Is anybody here? Sure, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Jean Greenberg, and I represent 110 150 Draper Owners Co-op Development in the heart of Dobbs Ferry. We're right at the intersection of Main and Cedar, on the other side from the Village Green. Excuse me. Our property, which abuts the school property, the aqueduct, and the Wickers Creek, has been severely damaged during Hurricane Ida and the subsequent storms after. The impact was quite bad. We were all very shocked and dismayed. We are also stewards of the lower portion of the creek, which is a protected estuary of the Hudson River. Since it runs through our property and it's considered historical, we keep it in trust. So what we've been doing is trying to seek emergency authorization from the village to clean up the area and to stabilize our property and to protect the creek. The emergency nature of this request seems to have been sort of overlooked or ignored by all levels of the village government. We sought permission from the Army Corps of Engineers, which we received right away. Our application is with the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. We have plans and drawings. We engaged Race Coastal Engineering. The first engineering companies that we engaged said the project was too complicated for them and that we really needed a coastal engineer. So we have done that. We've engaged Race. And we've really been ready to go since November 21st. The damage started in August, and we've watched it, the property deteriorate on a daily basis. We have submitted all the requested applications that we know of and plans to the Village Planning Board in what we think is a timely manner, and we still haven't been able to proceed. We took some pictures this weekend. I actually got a drone to come and take some overhead pictures, and I'd like to ask Michael Cascullo. I prepared a packet for every one of you, and I made little comments.
I'm gonna give one to the village clerk.
The pictures are pretty striking. That's not a joke, drone strike. But it doesn't do justice to what it really looks like. You really have to see it. And I have some additional photos, which you might want to see, and I wrote little comments. They're pretty graphic, and I think if people want to come and look at it, you'll understand what we're talking about. The impact of the damage has resulted in considerable loss of our property. We lost most of our lawn back there where the kids used to play and we barbecued. We also had a lot of trees which were damaged and were just destroyed, and we haven't been allowed to remove them. They're laying there with the roots exposed. It's very, if you're in the back of the building, it's very, very striking. It's really starting to threaten our parking lot as well. And if you look at the pictures, the erosion comes right up to the edge of the parking lot, and there are sheer vertical drops right on the other side, so that if you're parking there and you overshoot it, you're having a bad night parking, you could go down a pretty vertical ravine. It's very, it's dangerous. And on the other side, which is a school property, the problem is even worse. There are very sheer vertical drops there as well, and they're not protected. I've seen kids hanging out at the precipice, and it's very unstable, continuing to erode, and it's just a matter of time before someone goes down there. One of the pictures, I actually have two adults standing above the ravine, and you can actually see how deep the drop is if you consider that these are adults, and you can see how steep that is. It's really, really very frightening. There is a sense of urgency to this because our engineers have told us that with the thawing of the land with the spring thaw, it's going to get much worse. And people who live in the back, they see big chunks of this stuff falling down while they're watching. Both sides of our parking lot, it comes right up to the very edge. So in a lot of ways, it's very, very dangerous. This all started pretty much after the disaster in Miami. So of course, our shareholders and residents want to know, are we stable? Is our building stable? Yes, it is for now. We'd have some sinkholes and things coming out of nowhere, but it's progressing. And I really hope that I'm stressing the sense of urgency. You know, we're ready to go. We're following every rule. And this is our investment. This is our life. You know, most of the people live there. We have 80 units. We've invested all of our money, our nest egg in this property. And it's besides watching it go down the creek, you know, it's just takes a toll on all of us. We're all very concerned. So what we're just asking is if we can just get started. We've got the plans, we've got the people. We haven't even been allowed to move any of the debris from the creek. The creek is full of old pipes. It's full of old estuary. It's full of cement. All the trees that fell in there, the roots are all exposed and sticking up. It's just, it's a disaster.
Okay. so
And we
let-
were on the agenda.
Let me just see what's going
Yeah.
on. So do you want to shed some light on this?
Yes,
Okay,
and
yeah.
Elisa, if you could, Anthony Oliveri is still on the meeting. He is our consulting engineer. I spoke to Ms. Greenberg this morning.
Yeah.
And after that, subsequent to that, I was able to speak to our building inspector as well as Anthony Oliveri, who is our consulting engineer, about the issues here. And it seems that, I know that Ms. Greenberg was concerned that nobody from the village had gone to the location. Actually, our engineer has gone to the location. I don't know if you're aware of that, back in November. And he did, he can fill in anything that I miss. He did assess the situation. He spoke to the engineer that represents the development and advised I guess there was some concern about how the property was going to rectify the situation. And because the village has a sewer pipe there, the concern was that that sewer pipe needs to be protected. And the plan that was presented by the engineer was concerning to the integrity of that sewer pipe. So based upon that, we've been working with the engineer and they've been going to the planning board, and the planning board has advised them of situations or issues that they need addressed. And they are expected to go back before the planning board on April 7th.
Right.
Anthony, if you or Dan want to add anything to the information I've given?
Thank you. Yeah, I would just add to it. We were asked to go out there in November to take a look, and we investigated. The main question was there were a bunch of, as was mentioned, a bunch of pipes that were kind of strewn about. It seems that was an old sewer main that was broken up and was still there. There was an active main that was, so the fear was that the main was blown out with that. But in fact, that old main was replaced with a new main. It wasn't exposed. It was still buried, but the manholes were really exposed. We reviewed the plan from Race Engineering. With emails, we issued a few comments. We just wanted some typical type details. We understood they couldn't get down in there to get really detailed survey, but some typical details just addressing the fact that our sewer main was there. And they were proposing large stones to stabilize the embankment. 4 months later, we still don't have that revision on the plan. In fact, at some point it was determined, I guess Dan could chime in on the part where they had to go to the planning board. The plan that was submitted to the planning board that came in March still didn't have those details added. Nothing about erosion control, nothing about protecting the waterway during construction. It was at the planning board meeting last month. Again, they came, so we issued comments again, formally this time, and not just an email, and just a few comments. And again, they said it wasn't their responsibility to deal with the sewer main.
On our land, and we're responsible for protecting it, but are we supposed to pay for that as well?
It's a matter of, excuse me, it's a matter of your backfilling over a sewer main.
Right.
Just needed some typical details showing how that would be handled. And
Well, I think they're working on that.
They refused to provide that. And I explained that again at the meeting last month. And I'm expecting they're going to come back with something.
Well, they will. They will. Yeah. There also seemed to be a concern about the landscaping and how the future landscaping would blend in with the area. Right now, there's nothing to land. You can't scape on land that isn't there.
So
We are literally
think that this,
watching it drop.
right, but this is not the appropriate, but this is not the appropriate
Yeah.
place for that. So that will be done at the planning board, which you said is April
Right.
7th.
What we need to do
Right,
is
so-
stop the erosion and make it safe. And all we're asking is that people come out and say, this really isn't safe. We should do this. I mean,
Right.
the sheer drop-offs are extremely dangerous.
Right, but it looks like someone from our village has been there since
Yeah.
November, and it looks like it's proceeding. It looks like a lot of the delay maybe is on your engineer's part. So it's moving forward, and this is not the proper forum to address the nitty-gritty of, and I'm not minimizing it by any stretch of the imagination, but I understand that there are parts that have to be addressed as far as sewer coverage and sewer protection. So
Right.
that the proper form would be the planning board. So we appreciate it. We are aware of it. The village administrator has spoken
Do
about
you,
it. So
besides the pictures, can you just look at a 50-second video, or
I
would
don't-
that be too much?
yeah, I don't see a point for us to look at it. I mean, if you want to email
It
it,
shows the progression. It shows the
Right.
progression and the severity of it. Yeah.
right.
It's much more detailed and graphic
Yeah.
than the.
And Ms. Greenberg, I think that if we can just get the information necessary that's been requested, then we can move forward at the planning board meeting on the 7th, and this can be rectified.
You're welcome to look at those. I appreciate you listening
Okay.
to us. Yeah, we're frightened. You know, it's very frightening. I mean, if you look back there, it looks like something from Ukraine. It's very scary.
Okay, well, the planning board looks like they're addressing the issue.
Just a little urgency. We're scared.
Okay, I think your engineer has to talk to our,
No video.
I have
okay.
a video ready if you want to watch it.
No, I don't see a point, to be honest. Okay.
Hi, Klaus Whitney up in Summit Terrace. I've got to give you a little background. On December 19th, I sent a letter to Ms. Draper to forward to the planning board. Subsequently, I received a phone call, I guess, from one of the village administrators saying that my letter has been sent to the village attorney. So far, I haven't heard anything regarding the subject. I'd like to read the letter to you because it was told to me it would be probably behoove me to make this.
So just so I'm clear, you sent a letter to the village clerk in December.
And asked to go to the planning board.
And you have not received a response.
The planning board never got it, but I got a response from the village administrator, a young gentleman, saying that it was given to the attorney and I should be hearing something shortly. I ran into one of the people that I know from the planning board who said they never heard of it and so on. They suggested maybe I should read my letter to you, that maybe you can advise me or give it to the right department to address. And
Okay,
it's
so
going to
do
be an
we- are we
interesting
aware-
subject.
Is this about paper streets?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
let me-
the information's been provided to the building department in order to advise you. You're looking to purchase some parallel paper streets in order to protect, or are you looking to develop
No,
on?
I'm not developing. Maybe I can read the letter if you don't mind. It's not very long.
Trying to
Yeah,
place you,
then this
because
way maybe
there are
refresh your
three-
memory a
There
little
were 3 letters that
Yeah.
came in.
But
So
I'm not
anyway-
sure, I'm not sure what the point of reading the letter to us would be. You wrote a letter to the village attorney and you're waiting for a response.
No, I not, it didn't go to village attorney. Initially, it was told to me that the paper street situation should be handled by the planning board.
Okay.
But I addressed it to Ms. Draper because I did not have an email.
Right.
And then I was called by your village, told that it was given to the attorney, not even ever to the planning board. And the issue is I have 10 tax parcels that I bought. They're all cut up by these paper streets that have absolutely over 100 years not been used for any recreational or any transportation, anything for the village. My interest is in the property I'm talking about is if you, on top of Summit Terrace, all the way down to Cyrus Place, that whole hill that you see when you go over the bridge, right, on the right-hand side, if you look up that whole hill, it's been in my interest for years to protect it. Many times developers have tried to buy the property and try to develop it. It can't be developed, a steep slope over 90%, et cetera, et cetera. I finally, after years, 20 some years, the Pretners were willing to part with it with the understanding that I'll be paying for green space and not to develop it. That's my interest, to keep it like that. In my letter, I mentioned that. That's my interest. Quite honestly, because of the paper streets, 10 little parcels, big flags, nothing, so on. I would like to have one property to incorporate into my existing property and make my property with my house on top of the hill of Summit Terrace, and that whole property, one piece of property.
Okay, but so it's the proper form is the planning board, correct? No?
I have to see the letter. So if you could give me a copy of the letter, and then I'll speak to the building department and see that we get an answer to you regarding this issue, but I haven't seen the letter.
You have a copy of the letter to give? to-
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, then.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I believe this involves purchase of paper streets, which would be in the purview of the village board, but I'd advise the
Thank
building
you.
department what was necessary in order to move this forward to get on your agenda.
Okay,
So,
I'll have someone look, she'll look at it and she'll get back. to me.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else for courtesy of the floor? Is there anyone online for courtesy of the floor? Okay, so let's move to agenda item number 1, which is a continuation of discussion on the accessory dwelling unit. Now, again, this is just a discussion. We don't have to reach a final decision today. I don't expect us to. Maybe we will. And then we can see what the next step will be. So, Riley, since you came up to the microphone, I guess
Oh, I
you're.
think I'm gonna call that.
We have a memo from you dated March 15th, 2022, and take it away.
Okay, so I think based upon the discussion last month, there are still 3 outstanding items that need decisions from the village board. The first is dealing with the creation of units. Right now, the ADUs can be included in existing homes, additions to existing homes, or in standalone accessory structures. And one of the discussions last time was whether we were going to allow for accessory dwelling units to be developed on a property if, for example, you don't have to create, like, for example, a standalone accessory dwelling unit, where right now, if it's in existence in terms of a garage that could be converted versus allowing a property owner to build an additional accessory dwelling unit.
Okay, so those are the issues that we have to resolve.
Yes, there is one other thing in the memo, and I think we resolved this last time, and this dealt with having that the one family dwelling unit has to be in existence in its present size for at least 5 years prior to the application of the special permit. I believe the board agreed that we were going to remove that provision. So I have to make that change.
Okay.
We weren't going to remove it. We were going to reduce the number of years, wasn't it? Isn't that right?
I believe we're going to remove it. That was the recommendation from the task force, and I believe we wound up agreeing with that.
Right.
Didn't we go to 1 year?
I don't have my notes. This is.
I don't. I just looked too. I have a new notebook this year. But I mean, and the idea was, I mean, the affordability task force had a lot of recommendations that I didn't necessarily agree with. That may have been one of them that they sort of had a more convincing argument, but and my memory may be slightly muddled here, but there was an issue about that, and there was also an issue about occupying the owner occupied ADU leased, or vice versa, occupy the ADU and lease the home. And there was some question about whether you could, we could enforce that. And I think there was some compromise about there being a sort of some time period where the owner had to occupy. So
Difference, yeah. So this one, the 5-year provision was that the existing dwelling unit has to be in its present size. So for example, a single family home, you're not going to buy the home and then do an addition automatically to bring in that accessory dwelling unit. So this would require you to buy the home, live in the home for 5 years, and then you could move forward with expansion of that home in order to accommodate the accessory dwelling unit.
I think the point that the Affordability Task Force made was that there's no rational reason why somebody shouldn't be able to buy a property with the intention of creating an ADU that they might immediately begin to use. And I can't think of an argument that says they should have to wait.
The only one I could think of it, and I'm sorry, wasn't prepared for this part of the discussion, so I haven't really thought this through, but the idea is also and I'm not, I don't want to, I'm going to use the word, everyone's going to get upset about this, or the 4 people who are listening.
I'm upset now.
But we also didn't want to encourage the sort of development of sort of, for lack of a better term, 2-family residences in the single family zone. So I thought there was we were sort of splitting it up a little bit so that we would slightly discourage that, but still allow the.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of a tough thing to do though, because, I might want to, buy a place that my elderly parent moves into me with, who still wants to have a certain amount of independence, and having me buy the house, wait a year, and then be able to, or 5 years, and then be, I mean, it's asking people to anticipate a need that oftentimes is an immediate need.
So how do we relate that to the requirement to live there?
Well,
To
so
the
that's
owner occupy, I mean, what's the point of having the latter without the?
Let me hear the other trustees. Yeah, Shari?
They are related.
Yeah, I think that I agree with trustee Rosenberg on the fact, I mean, I moved here and my mother-in-law got sick and died within a year of us moving here, but our plan was, maybe to find a house that we could, do something. So I don't really see the need to wait. And I think if you buy a house, if you could change your kitchen and you can take a wall down between the living room and the whatever, I think that we shouldn't be putting restrictions on that if the idea is to be able to have other people of different means and different backgrounds move here. That being said, I don't think that an ADU is the same as creating a two-family house, because there's a whole bunch of things in there that talk about the size of it. And if you have the property and you can make something bigger, then, but I think the idea, just same with the trees, is to not make this so complicated that it discourages people, but to have this as a way to invite more people into the village.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I mean, initially the idea of the 5-year wait was to prevent people from building it upfront and all that, to keep to not change the character of the neighborhood, etc., to not increase density and stuff like that. However, since that time, I think we have learned that it is important for people to be able to do this sooner rather than later, as in Shari's case, where people are moving to an area and they want to be able to bring their family with them. So I don't see an issue with making people wait 5 years. I think there was also concern of people, just trying to do this as a money-making thing, but that's a whole nother issue. But I don't have an issue, nor does the task force have an issue with not having a waiting period, with people being able to do it. So on that issue, and if people are concerned about it becoming making a one-family zone a two-family zone, that can also be help mitigated by having the owner occupancy thing, so that it doesn't become an industrial, a corporate way of people coming in and, building 2 units and renting out 2 units at the same time. This is designed so people can stay in their homes.
So are you against the owner occupancy, or?
No, I'm for owner occupancy. Personally, the task force is mixed on that. There are some people for the owner occupancy, and there are some people who don't think it should have to be owner occupied. My personal opinion is it should be owner occupied, because I think there could be a lot of unintended bad consequences if we don't have it owner occupied. We can always, down the line, we can, make that less restrictive. But right now, I think owner occupied is the safer way to go to, again, if we are continuing with having one family zoning, I think that's an important thing to do.
Shari, how do you feel about the owner occupancy?
I mean, Donna makes a good point. I would have said that I didn't agree with it, only because if I moved to Florida and then, my son's living here, and then the other brother, the other son is living in the other unit, neither one of them's the owner. So if this is something, if you're bringing family members here and whatever, it could be that the person who actually his name is on the deed is not there. So I don't know if maybe it's, when we say owner occupied, it could be, a family member or something that would help specify. Because I do think Donna just made a lot of sense to me too, that, you don't want to turn it from one thing to help people be here, to turn it into a bunch of people buying property with the intent of renting it and not being, quote, invested in being part of the village. So
But there are also some, I mean, I think it speaks to having some subtlety here and some recognition of special circumstances. So for example, there's Sherry's example, which I think is a very good and valid example, but there's also, one of the intentions of this is to allow people to stay in their homes, elderly people to stay in their homes, perhaps past the point where they can afford to without it generating some income for them. So imagine an older person who, suffers a medical event, they're owner occupied, they move out with the intention to come back. In the meantime, they need to rent their original unit in order to maintain the payments on the house. Under a strict requirement for owner occupancy, they would have to sell the house at that point if there's not, in Sherry's example, maybe there's somebody who can move in, that would need to be in here. But maybe it's somebody who doesn't have somebody who's able to move in. They intend to come back to the house, and because there's no owner occupancy and it's a very strict hardline requirement, they would be forced out of the house at that point. As, by the way, could, in the alternative, so could their tenant be forced out. And there's, I asked about this the last time, and there doesn't seem to be anything in here about it, but we really need to think about this in the context of tenancy laws as well, because you can't say, well, the owner's moved out, therefore your lease is suddenly ended. You have no right to continue it. Like there's a real interplay between tenant law and what we're doing here that we haven't really acknowledged or accommodated in the language of the law. We can't have a permit expire and just kick out somebody in month 6 of a 12-month lease.
I think this is, it's addressed here in this new draft where you're given to the
Is
end
it really?
of the lease.
I must have missed that.
So if you, Valerie, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a section about that if you have a lease, for example, you're renting an ADU, the person sells, or you lose the owner loses the ADU permit, you have until the end of your lease.
I must have missed that in my confusion over the red line.
So I think those are good points, but I think that there's I think there's room for interpretation. I think for example, I think there are some existing not legal ADUs which are sort of overlooked because there are circumstances like the one you're describing. So I think in general, our community, in particular, our building department is sympathetic to those kinds of, issues.
Right, but you can't write a law assuming that somebody's
I understand, but I think that the other side of it, which is the one that was described earlier, I think that's a low risk. I think a higher risk is the purchasing and development for rental without the investment in the community that's of greater concern to me, at least, than this issue.
I don't disagree, but I can think of ways to rewrite the requirements such that if for example, in Shari's example, if it is a 1 degree relative of the owner, then that's sufficient to satisfy the requirement. In mine, if the owner who is now absent has lived there for more than X years, there is an exemption for Y years. There are ways that we can accommodate those very understandable and really, frankly, sort of heartrending edge cases without throwing out the idea that we don't want people to build these units entirely absentee.
One thing I'd just like to note about the family, so there's a lot of court cases, and I'll let the attorneys weigh in on that, but I don't think we would be able to specifically state it had to be 1 degree family, because the definition of family is usually seen very broad.
Right.
And so, if you really do want to have that flexibility of anybody to rent out that particular unit, then you really are looking at, you might want to consider then doing a special permit for a 2-family home and then having specific conditions in your zoning code for that 2-family home. Or if you want to consider having some flexibility in terms of what's considered owner occupied, we might be able to work some language in to allow for some of those special circumstances. And maybe it's, and like you said, like a certain time period, as opposed to, just on automatic openness, open-ended, time frame in which somebody can rent out both units, even though they're no longer living there.
Yeah, that's a good way to go, perhaps. But let's hear from Larry. What do you have to say?
I was going to agree with Michael. I think it's a bigger risk that, you have a situation where developers see it as an opportunity to go in and essentially create 2-family homes, and that could change the character of a neighborhood. I don't necessarily dislike the idea of saying if there was some previous incumbency where, somebody was there, lived in the home at least 5 years, if they then, could have either unlimited or 5 years of allowing an ADU to accommodate some of those situations that people had described. But I do think, I agree that the risk is bigger, that, for example, around Mercy College, neighborhoods that are basically single-family neighborhoods might be appealing to developers who want to go in, invest a little money, and then rent what could amount to, admittedly, a larger and smaller, but 2-family home.
Nicole?
I mean, I don't know that the way the law is written, they could really amount to a 2-family home, because it's very limited in the amount of square footage that you can add into these apartments. Like, I don't remember, Valerie or somebody else would remember better, but it was, I feel like it could be at most like 800 square feet for the accessory dwelling unit. So I think that fear is somewhat misguided. I think that, we can always alter the law if we find that it's not working for its intended purpose. I think the intended purpose, though, is to keep people young and old in Dobbs Ferry, and to allow people, as their families expand, to have their parents or other elderly relatives, come and live with them. And we want to encourage that in Dobbs Ferry. We've seen a lot of people leaving just because the taxes are astronomical and people can't afford their homes anymore in Dobbs Ferry. So this gives, people an opportunity to hand the house down to their kids and take over a smaller portion of it without having the expense of it. So I think there's benefits to doing it, and this is only in the single family zone, right? So it's not gonna be in the MDR ones and the MDR twos. So I think, and it's limited to, if I remember correctly, 50 ADUs.
So just so I'm clear, are you in favor of the owner occupied or not owner occupied, or some way of limiting that to a definition of sort of a family or time restrictions?
What do you mean by limiting it to family? Like owner, like I'm an owner, but included in that would be my children or my sister.
Like
or something
scenario
like
that Shari referred to.
with her mother-in-law.
No. her
Yeah, or
children.
just, it could be your sister, just someone who's, you're not necessarily the name on the deed, but you are connected to the family, which would make you inherently more invested in the village than someone who's buying it to rent it out to, other people.
That is a slippery slope, as
Right.
Ms. Monastra explained. Case law rarely upholds limitations of first degree or second degree. Family is defined very broadly. The Supreme Court has recognized family being defined very broadly. So we would there's just a risk to adding that level of detail and language to the code. But, we can look at what the options might be in terms of adapting the already acceptable definitions, but it's really even unrelated people acting and as though they are a family, sharing common household chores, that it really would open it up to that. So, if you had your son's best friend who basically has been living with you since he came home from college, he would be considered a family member. So we'd have to look at the ramifications of that.
Right, but I think that also proves the point, if he's been living there that long, that he's someone who's invested in the village. Like, I think the fear is developers coming in and creating these and nobody being there. as opposed to this, whatever we define family as, that's fine with me. And I don't have any strict definition of it, but just being open to the fact that the actual owner may not be there all the time.
Well, maybe another way would be just to put a time limit on how long that person had previously lived there, perhaps, because I think the definition of family is beyond our control, as I think Laura Lee is alluding to. And just for the third issue, I just want to make sure I got this right, Valerie.
I think we're getting overcomplicated here. Plenty of people have done this. Hastings has it. Irvington has it. Number of villages have it. I think we're kind of getting a little crazy here with the minutia of this. I mean, I don't know how Valerie feels, but we have to be careful that we don't so overcomplicate this that nothing gets done again.
Right, so I hate this phrase, I'm going to circle back, but I'm going to circle back to those so we can see if we can get a consensus on something. But I just want to move to the third point and make sure I got this right. So that would be whether it should be a new standalone ADU to be located on a property as part of the ADU law, right? We haven't addressed that yet.
Right. That's
Okay.
correct.
So how do we feel about that? I'll start with you, Matt.
I think it is perfectly fine to build a new structure in order to be an ADU.
Mike?
I agree with that.
Okay. Shari,
I agree as well.
Larry?
Yeah, I'm fine with that, subject to the other restrictions we were talking about.
Donna?
Are we talking about a separate building or building onto an existing building?
It says a new standalone ADU to be located on the property as part of the ADU law. So it will be a new standalone.
Personally, I have an issue with that. I think, again, you're running into the possibility of turning a one-family zone into a two-family property. By creating another you're now putting another dwelling unit on one property. I'm fine with people adding onto their houses, adding onto existing structures, but just throwing another, I believe I don't know if Rob Lane is on, the Affordable Housing Task Force, I think, is in favor of that, but personally, I think, again, unintended consequences of doing something like that.
I just want to get Nicole's opinion.
I mean, it's how many zones are there in a single family, and how many of those properties could even do a standalone? Like, is it a distinction without a difference? Because I feel like there's very few areas in Dobbs Ferry where you have lots big enough to even allow you to do that under the building code.
What does the model code say? The Westchester model one?
The Westchester model, I mean, they don't have development of a new unit.
They don't comment on it?
No.
Okay. Well, do you want to?
I mean, you could still have a new unit. It'd just be like something you build over your garage or something.
That's what I was
different.
thinking, right? You have a garage.
Versus a standalone building that's like separate and apart. I mean, I thought the point of an accessory dwelling unit, it's like something you add in your basement with a separate entrance and exit or over your garage. I mean, if we start adding on as a standalone unit, I mean, you're really talking about two houses on one property. But again, it's very small. So I think that the idea that people are going to invest money in a standalone for can somebody tell me what the square footage max is? Because I know it's very small.
I thought it was 33%.
The maximum is actually only is 33% of the floor area of the principal building.
And it's 2 bedrooms max, right?
Right. So if I have a 3,000 square foot house, it would be 1,000 feet or a little less than 1,000 feet.
That's correct.
Isn't it 33% or 800, whichever is less?
I didn't see the 800.
We
I saw
don't
the
have the
800.
800 in here.
Now, another thing I would like to point out.
Let's just
Wait,
clarify.
let's just clarify that.
No, the 800 is not in there. It is as part of the design standards, the design requirements that the board needs to consider tonight. So
that's part of it.
that's
Okay.
coming.
Oh, that's
So,
different.
So you
so
could.
it
Another
could be-
issue
that
I
could
have-
be- Wait, hold on. So Nicole, I think the answer is that it could be, if we also adopt the design guidelines, it would be restricted to 800 square feet or 33%, whichever is less.
Right.
That's my point.
So to your point, how many are we going to end up with in the village? Probably not that many. I think that given other zoning code issues, if you have a garage, if you have a house, single family house, and you have a garage on the property, which larger properties tend to have this garage, you may not even be able to fit this given, site planning, setback requirements. So, And if your property is so large that you can fit it, then I really don't think it's a concern for crowding out the neighborhood or changing the character of a neighborhood dramatically. If you've got quite a large property, you're adding an 800 square foot, guest house, so to speak.
That's the issue. If we are doing this so people can afford to stay in Dobbs and pay their taxes or whatever, to build a standalone house, to put in the sewage, to build it to code and put everything in there, you're not having problems paying your taxes, chances are.
No, but it could be that you want to have your in-laws live there, but you don't want them in your house, right? So,
Or it's also to make something affordable in Dobbs Ferry for people who can't afford to come into Dobbs Ferry. So this is, the entryway to Dobbs Ferry for some people too. So whether you're using it for your mother, your kids, or people you don't know, to allow them to be able to come to Dobbs Ferry and have their kids go to the schools, whatever it is. I mean, 800 square feet in Manhattan is huge, so there's ways it could be very livable for some people. And I think that the standalone issue, it's so few, as Michael said, so few houses can actually have another standalone unit if they don't already have it. The big properties that have 2 or 3 already, they're not necessarily looking to do this, but they should be able to convert it to a guest house or whatever if they want to do that. But it's not like all of a sudden these standalone units will be popping up, because in most of the areas, the houses are very close together and that just couldn't happen. So.
You can buy an 800 square foot house on Amazon, by the way.
just so we could try to move this along with consensus. So it seems the majority is fine with doing a standalone unit. So Valerie, if you just want to make a note of that, and let's go back to the other issues and see if we could reach some kind of.
Was I included in the majority or I wasn't?
You were not.
Okay, just checking.
Okay.
It's hard to keep track. It's a lot of conversation.
I know, that's why I'm trying to. And the issue number 2, which I can not find in my.
This is 5 years.
5 years.
Could I suggest that we hear from Mr.
Sure, sure.
Lane?
Go ahead.
It may influence some of the
Go ahead, Bob.
thinking here.
If we can't decide tonight, we'll just have to think about it, but I would like to.
I think we should push to move this forward. I think it's
agreed.
Kicking around for a
let's
long
push.
enough time. Let's take the time we need tonight.
Let's do it.
Rob
We
Lang,
got
228
too much
Judson
meeting.
Avenue. I'm the co-chair of the Dobbs Ferry Affordable Housing Task Force, along with Tracy Barron. I just want to, first of all, I want to thank Valerie and Lori Lee, who both have done really great work with this. And I want to say that overall, nobody actually believes, we understand that the impact on affordable housing is very oblique here. The idea is primarily to increase, to the extent that we increase the supply of housing, maybe we'll depress the prices, a little bit of everything, but really is to enable, as people have already said, to enable people to stay in their homes or for their kids to stay with them and so on under various circumstances. And overall, I just like to say that the task force is happy with this draft pursuant to the 3 items that we're talking about. And of course, at issue is this kind of idea that somehow one-family districts are going to suddenly become multifamily districts. And I think that is just, it's not really a realistic fear for a lot of the reasons that have been brought up, which is the size of the parcels, the other zoning constraints that have to do with coverage. There's just, I think what's going to happen is, although I would love to see a lot of accessory dwelling units built, I think we're going to pass this law and there's going to actually be very little action. And these 3 things that we're talking about here, the standalone new building, the idea of not being able to build a new house with the ADU pre-contemplated, and owner occupancy, I understand the kind of intuitive kind of feeling that somehow these are all opening up the gates to making one-family districts, multifamily districts. But there is actually at this point a huge amount of history around these ADU ordinances, not just in our neighboring communities, but elsewhere. And these fears are just not grounded. I mean, these are things that none of the communities of course, you can imagine scenarios where developers come in just for this purpose. You can also imagine a scenario where without doing anything related to accessory dwelling units, somebody rents their single family house and rents it basically as a dormitory with, there's no kind of consistent, we're not really being consistent about our logic for what is already allowed or not allowed in the village. And of course, there will be bad actors who will figure out how to abuse this. But our goal is to facilitate this as much as possible, because as I said, I think they're actually, because of the cost of construction, because of the other zoning constraints, there's actually not going to be a huge amount of this activity as it is. And these other anxieties about these three other things are just not supported by the data, and not just where we are, but I mean, the national experience around these things. So.
Okay, so let's see if we can get votes. And again, this is not a formal vote on this. We're just getting majority votes. So we've already decided on issue number 1 regarding the standalone. Now the 5-year part, again, this is just a straw poll. So how many people believe that we should not have a 5-year waiting period?
Sorry, how many negatives were in that statement?
I think they were just a stutter.
I was just.
I was
Eliminate.
like
I was just-
90%
right.
paying attention. So this is-
Eliminate the 5-year waiting period. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, I agree
Okay,
with
so
that.
that's a unanimous, that's majority also. So that takes care of 2 of those 3 issues. The third issue is how many of us, and you correct me if I'm saying this wrong, believe that the owner of the property must occupy either of the units. If you feel that the owner must occupy the unit, raise your hand.
This is what we discussed earlier though, right?
We discussed, but we didn't vote.
Right, we didn't reach.
Well, this isn't a real vote because it's just a discussion. but
Right, just not a
I
real
think I'd
vote,
be-
just a straw poll.
I think I'd be in favor of the owner part of it. And like I said earlier, and it doesn't matter to me if it's the main house or the ADU, but we can always change this law if we decide that's not working or it's not working for our residents. But in the first instance, I think that is the purpose, is to keep people here.
If I'm in favor of requiring the owner or having other restrictions, for example, an incumbency where somebody has lived in the home as their primary residence at least 5 years, and then, they could have a permit for another 5 or 10 or whatever.
You mean like a renter?
Yeah, can I just read what the Affordable Housing Task Force recommends in lieu of this owner occupancy? It's actually kind of sensible. First, lawful occupancy of an accessory dwelling unit shall occur at a time when a unit in the primary dwelling is owner occupied, and such owner occupation must continue for at least 1 year following the first legal occupancy of the accessory dwelling unit. So, I mean, I think in light of Mr. Lane's comment about this sort of what the historical data shows about these things, and I that's interesting and new to me. Thank you for pointing that out. And with this compromise language, I think maybe this is the right path.
I don't know if everybody heard that would, the owner occupier would have to be there for 1 year, and that's it.
And that the first occupancy, when you create you're the owner, you're occupying it, you create it at that time.
Right, so are we okay? I think that makes sense, and I'm comfortable with it.
I'm
Yeah,
fine with that.
I'm
Yeah, I
not
think
okay
that
with
sounds
that. I think
great.
1 year is too short.
Okay, so let's just take a straw poll on this again. So how many are in favor of the restriction as outlined by Valerie, as highlighted by Mike?
Where was Mike reading from?
The Nelson Pope Voorhees letter that is the first letter in the packet, if the last paragraph in that letter, it's
And
like
Donna,
in a gray.
why are you against 1 year versus 5 years?
Might I suggest maybe a compromise? So we could maybe use that language, the first lawful occupancy of an accessory dwelling unit shall occur at the time when a unit in the primary dwelling is owner occupied, and such owner occupancy must continue for at least 1 year following the first legal occupancy of the accessory dwelling unit. Maybe instead of 1 year, maybe then that's when you bring in like the 5 years, right? So then that discourages somebody saying, I'm going to buy a house, own it just there for a year, then have the accessory dwelling unit, and then I'm just gonna go
I'm sorry,
ahead and.
I don't think that that's I don't think that that's a realistic solution for the case of an elderly person. Like, we're talking about when the ADU is permitted, right? So if somebody is trying to stay in their house and says, okay, I want to do this, you might not have a 5-year time horizon that you're looking at, and you still need to do it. Like
No, it's not the development of the ADU. It's actually when you would be able to potentially leave if you're an owner, when you would be able to potentially move out and then rent out both units
Right.
for market
But
purposes.
5 years for, somebody in their 80s, for example, is a different thing than 5 years for somebody in their 40s.
I also
And-
think this is, if there are concerns about development, like who's gonna develop and live there free? I don't know. It's like, it's sort of, I think this
Sure,
is a sensible
Ginsburg isn't gonna run
compromise
into-
to some of, at least of my concerns.
I think the
If
one
I'm not gonna buy 10 houses, develop them and try to pretend to live in all of them. I mean, that's, I think, what the concern is about development.
Let's see how the 1 year alone goes. I think, did we lose Nicole?
Can we take a look at the definition of family?
No, I'm still here.
To accommodate, where'd she go? To accommodate, Sherry's, trustee Asher's suggestion, in that circumstance, if we can look at that to provide a clear intention. Otherwise, what you're doing is saying after a year, you can sell this house as a 2-family house if somebody doesn't have to live here. So somebody's going to move in somebody's going to buy that house after a year, rent out both sides, and you've lost that investment in the community. And you've increased the value of that house by adding a rental unit.
But then wouldn't the new owner have to do the same thing though? Wouldn't the new owner then have to live there for a year? Like if that's what it is,
No,
that's
that's
not
not
a
what this-
two-family
That's not
house.
what
That's not
this
what
is.
this is suggesting. It's
No.
saying only
No,
the
no, I'm
first.
saying, I think that Mr. Lane, he certainly allayed my fears of anything happening based on, what's going on. But I think that if somebody lives in it for a year and does this and then they sell it, whoever's buying it, well, if they're going to use it as an ADU, they would still need to go through the same process, right?
You would like to, Sherry, you would like to add that, so that the.
No,
new-
I'm just saying, I'm not worried about that. I think as the advice of the Affordable Housing Task Force is sound. That makes sense to me, as written, as Michael read it. So I'm okay with the recommendation of the task force.
And there is a process around, and I didn't pay close attention to it here, but it was in the last draft. There's a process around when a home's ownership turns over and the requirements around re-permitting that for continuation of an ADU. So I don't think it's as simple necessarily as after a year, you can sell the house, pocket your money, and now there's somebody there, in a, differently situated circumstance. I think.
I think you could do that, but so what? I mean.
Now you have a 2-family house.
I think-
and a
Now you have a
1-family zone.
2-family
No,
house.
but you
in a
have-
It's better to be
single-family
more-
zone.
Well, you still have somebody in an owner occupied who's got to live there for at least a year, like,
They did already, and then they sold it.
right, to somebody
You
who
have to-
then has to live there for.
No.
That's
Oh,
not what it
because
No,
says.
no. We can make that. That's
Well,
what
Saying
I
it
would
it's
make
only
that.
required
Right,
for
no,
the
they
first
can
time.
just,
I would make that.
I would feel more comfortable doing that.
right, they can, once they leave, after they're there for a year, they can go move somewhere else and then just rent the 2 units.
Right, so I'm thinking, can we add it so
Wherever
that the
long.
next person who buys it?
Right.
But isn't it better to be more restrictive in the law in the first place and then loosen it if we find it's not working the way we intended it, rather than be super loose in the beginning?
I don't think we'll know if it's not working or whether there's just no market for ADUs in Dobbs Ferry.
We
Like, I
will
don't-
know
I don't-
because people will talk about it. People are going to know about it. People are going to ask the building department. I've been asking about ADUs since I moved to Dobbs Ferry.
And your law has the legislative intent to meet the goals of providing this alternative for our seniors to have to leave, and also to provide this alternative to have our young people coming back and providing this. So that's the intent of the law. So it's sort of incongruent if you're going to then open it up in this way.
I mean,
So
Other communities many communities have ADU laws. And also the state statute, which is still winding its way and probably won't be till the fall when it comes back. The owner occupancy is back in there. as
Right, I
being an
think the
option.
one other question, if we decide to go with two separate rentals, I think we should get the building department to weigh in, because I don't know if that then changes some of the, in terms of building code requirements, because now you're renting two separate units that are not living together as a family, more or less, which you would get as an ADU. Yeah, okay, Steve's nodding his head. So that's something we just would need to look into because that's where the two, now, again, you could potentially allow for two families and have a special permit process where you have all these regulations in there specifically for the one family homes, if you want to allow for the rentals of two separate units.
You know
So
what,
that's just something we
I'm
have to look
sorry,
into.
I think if we put an owner occupancy 5 years, I think we could pass it today or move forward with it today. If not, I think they're going to.
But we can't
Well, you know what I'm
pass it till
saying,
it gets
but
drafted.
you know what I'm saying, we can move forward with it today. If not, then she's gonna, like she's saying, is we have to go to the building department. So I don't know how you feel about that.
The owner occupancy, we're talking about owner occupancy.
I would rather have an ADU law that's passed
Okay.
than one that's perfect and never makes its way through. I mean, we're still going to keep talking about this. I
Right,
think I think maybe the 5-year thing is just too harsh,
Right, but I think in 6 months or a year, we can come back and change that. Or we could do.
Well, where does 5 years come into this? Because we're just talking about whether the owner has to be there for the duration of the ADU.
Right,
which
because
we-
what Valerie's saying is if we decide that the new owner doesn't have to be there, then we have to go to the building department and see what effect that'll have on that.
So there's two scenarios here, though. There's one where the home is still owned by the same owner, but they just don't occupy it any
I
longer.
think we're okay with that after 1 year.
Okay, so we're talking about two separate, I missed the fork in that road. So upon sale is what we're talking about. Okay, sorry.
And if you add that additional year upon sale, then you might have solved the problem. I don't know.
What do you want to say? Go ahead.
Rob Lane again. I just want to, Steve reminded me, in Hastings, and I guess we have to decide as a group and as a committee whether we think we're making now it harder again or allaying people's fears. In Hastings, you have to come back, regardless of these scenarios, you have to come back every 5 years and have your permit renewed. Now, it used to be that you had to sort of have a hearing, go through the process again. Hastings found that was too burdensome and wasn't necessary. And now it's basically a pro forma review by the building department to have the permit, because this is still a special permit, to have the special permit renewed.
But in Hastings, is it owner occupied?
Yes.
It is.
It is.
Yes.
Okay.
But that doesn't, I'm getting at something else, which is we're spinning out these scenarios, we're trying to spin out, which we should, scenarios about how this could go wrong. I'm just saying if we have if we figure out an expeditious way for people for this thing to be recertified, because it is a special permit after some number of years, it's likely to catch the various bad or non-conforming actions that people try to take.
Right, but I think we're struggling with, should an owner have to live there? And if so, how long? Because I think we've all agreed and make it as minimal as possible, except on a resale. We don't want this now to become people selling it and then walking into being able to rent out 2 apartments without living there, without having even put any interest in the need for an ADU. You know what I'm saying? So if Hastings requires owner occupancy, and I don't know what Irvington does.
It does.
They do.
I'm just online now and it
Okay.
does.
So-
Owner
Yeah,
occupied.
most places do require owner occupancy. And in the case where Sherry is saying if somebody has to go to the hospital, they're not around and they need to rent it out for a year or two, maybe we can have an option for a review of something like that, extenuating circumstances as to why the owner cannot occupy that place. But every place around us has owner occupancy.
I'm fine if we have some ability for special circumstances to be taken into account.
I think that's a
So
good
am I.
idea.
That makes sense to me as well.
Me
Sherry
too.
shaking her head,
Yeah,
yes.
definitely.
Larry,
Yeah.
you,
That's me too. I think that just, and it's simple, it solves a lot of problems. Less
Nicole, what do
is an issue, and then
And that way, if a son wants to move in and take over because the mother's moved to Florida, he can. That again, special permit. Yeah.
I still think the 1 year thing is fine, is enough, because it sort of, I don't know.
except for the resale.
You could have it on resale, because a resale requires you to, if I purchase your home with an AD and it has an ADU special permit, I'm required as the new owner to go and reapply for that permit. I think it's 60 or 90 days.
Right. 90, I think.
90 days. So when I do that, one of the requirements can be that I occupy for a year.
Well, that's what we're struggling with now.
Yeah, that
So I
sounds
don't-
very reasonable to me. That's what
And
I was
so
saying
as
before.
long as it's very
1 year is
clear
enough. I
in the
don't think
code,
1
and
year
so
is
that
enough.
potential buyers are looking at this and understanding if it's a developer, for example, or someone who, a landlord who owns hundreds of properties, that's not an interesting proposition to them. It's interesting to someone who wants to live there and.
Right, so as long as what you're saying is on sale, that 1 year requirement reboots, I'm fine with that too. I just want to not get into a situation where we've discussed, several times. I just don't want to get
I would
into.
work with either one. Let's just move forward.
Yeah, so it seems
Whatever
to
the
me
majority
that
is.
we want to have owner occupancy for a period of time, whether that be 1 year or whether that be that extenuating circumstances, someone else can occupy it. So is it possible? I think people may want to think about that. So why don't we've agreed on 2 of the 3, and why don't you draft two versions? Is that?
Sure, and then just for clarification, I will draft the 2 versions, but I am still going to speak to the building department, because even if, let's just say, nobody sells anything, you're there for a year, you end up, special circumstances has you leave that house, and then you go ahead and rent it to, Mr. Smith down the street. Now you have 2 separate apartments that are being rented for like commercial, like it basically is commercial business. That is probably going to change some building code requirements, because if you had somebody just living in your basement as the accessory dwelling unit, it's now where you were living more or less as a single family. Now you're potentially having a situation where the building department's going to have certain requirements internally to create those 2 units,
Okay.
because they're now commercial. So I'm just going to double check with them as to what would be the changes of what would be required, because you might have to have that person come back and get a new permit in order to allow something like that to take place.
Got it.
Okay,
Okay,
that's the
sounds good.
extenuating circumstance requirement is you need that permit.
Okay, thank you. This was a public hearing? or just
There's
a
one
meeting?
other.
So
decision. Oh, I'm sorry, Lorelei.
So you want to see it one more time and then schedule the public hearing, or do you want to, this is a zoning text amendment, so it needs a lot more.
So just to be
Because I
clear,
would like to say, before we go to a public hearing, I think we should at least pass this on to the planning board, just for them to be aware of it, to see what's in there, to see if they have any comments for the public hearing as well, because they're the ones who are going to be implementing this.
and once we put out the law, I can't do 2 different drafts for a public hearing. It's got to be one,
Right.
right? So let's see it, put it on next meeting, and then hope to put it on for a public hearing on the 26th.
And send it to the planning board for review or for comments.
What?
Then that's going to be May.
So you want us to draft the law,
Right?
right,
For us to discuss next time.
on the 12th?
Right, and then once we come to a final consensus,
And
put
you'll
on for a
need to,
public
you'll
hearing.
need to wait 2 more meetings after that, just because it's a zoning text amendment and there's increased notice, an extension of time for publication, so.
So let me just ask you, no matter what, if we decided today that this is what we all agreed on something, we still couldn't have it for a public hearing until 2 more meetings.
You could, if it was perfectly ready to go, you could ask for it to be drafted and you could set the public hearing. But I didn't prepare a resolution.
No, but, okay.
In 2 meetings.
2 meetings, it has to always be 2 meetings.
Yes, because that gives us enough time, and if the county doesn't get back to us, they need, the law, statutory law, state law says 30 days, so We want to just make sure we give ourselves enough time, we give the clerk enough time to send notices to the neighboring municipalities. It's a zoning text amendment, so there's expanded requirements under state statute.
Okay, I don't think there's a consensus on.
I think we're close, though. I think we're close
Right.
enough that we can work it out. I mean, I agree with Michael Patino, like, we don't need it to be perfect, but we want to know that we're so close. It's just one point. If we discuss it for a few more minutes, maybe
Okay.
we can
We
get
do,
there.
yeah,
Okay,
because it does
that's
need
fine.
to be perfect
That's
before you
fine.
call for it, and then, you know.
Okay,
Okay, then we have to figure out in a way that does not require Valerie to go to the planning board and find out
I
that we
mean,
didn't make it perfect.
Dan's
Have
on
the
the
building
call,
department
Dan's
or
on
the
the
building
phone right
department.
now, not to put him on the spot, but
Oh,
Dan-
Dan's still here.
Dan, there was a question, so the board's considering an accessory dwelling unit law, and one of the concerns that I had is that one of the provisions that the board might allow for is that it no longer becomes owner occupied and potentially could have two separate apartments rented to two separate families. Does that
Right.
change?
It definitely does, because it's supposed to be an accessory dwelling unit. Now you're making the one families definitely into two family zones. Once you start renting both apartments, now it's a two family. It's
So if
no
we just-
longer an accessory dwelling unit.
so if we want to just move this along, then if we do it owner occupied for now, and then
Right.
down the road, we can loosen it up. If we do it as owner occupied, we don't have any of those issues, correct?
Right.
Yes,
So how many people are in favor of doing it as owner occupied? Raise your hand.
Wait, does that have a time limit or no?
No.
No, it's always going to be owner occupied.
But it means that we'll get it moved forward? Is that-
Yes.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that's it. We have it perfect now. It's
So,
owner occupied.
On the 12th, there will be a draft local law, a resolution to schedule the public hearing, which will have to be on May 10th to give sufficient time to get the county's response.
No, we just said that two
Yeah, 2
meetings
meetings.
were sufficient if we came to a decision.
But you need the law in your hands before you can schedule the public hearing.
You have to have the
So we
the
need the
local
law in
law
our hands and then we
drafted.
need 30 days after that? No, we need the law in our hands 10 days before, you said.
She needs the county to weigh in, though. They're giving time for the county.
General Municipal Law 239 ML and Q and P and T say it's either they give you comments, and this will have comments because it's ADU and the county is interested in ADU. So it's either upon receipt of comments or 30 days.
Okay.
We'll do it as fast.
Yes, I'm just gonna say, this is the fastest way possible, so let's do it.
Yes.
Okay, you have
Yeah,
it.
I just,
I agree with Donna that now that we have like the structure of it, we should send it to the planning board and they have plenty of time to get us comments before May 10th, maybe,
That's
and maybe
fine.
give them a deadline for
That's
it.
fine. Okay. All right, so we've
But
done.
we won't need their comments until the public hearing.
Right, but
But we'd like to get them working on it. I don't want to wait till May to give it to them.
no,
Exactly.
yeah.
Give it to them before the public hearing so they can make comments at the
And the
public
public,
hearing.
maybe we can make a final decision at the public hearing.
Right.
My
rather than have to take
brain,
it
my
again.
brain is about to explode.
Okay, but-
Since as a member of the committee, I'm saying, don't send it to the planning board. As a member of the planning board, I would be so pissed off if this went through without the planning board seeing it. However, I don't think the planning, I shouldn't say I know, the planning board is going to be behind us, and I suspect that there are not going to have like comments that are going to be somehow difficult to incorporate. Our meeting is on April 7th. When we're talking about for your next,
The 12th.
so
we're talking May.
When is the,
ours is April, so we have one coming up.
when is the May, is the next planning board meeting after that, May 5th?
Yes, that would be the
Whatever
first.
that first.
First
is,
Thursday.
that
So
would-
there could be, because I'd hate the board to say, to send the planning board the final draft when it's not done yet. So if on April 12th, the final draft can be done, the board can schedule the public hearing before the Board of Trustees on May 10th, and also send it to the planning board, which will give them time to have that reviewed during the May 5th meeting, and we will get comments back before the May 10th public hearing.
Fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
That might
But they're not
solve
gonna be
both
any
of Rob's issues of not wanting to send it to the planning board for comments and wanting it to go to the planning board for comments.
Okay.
Okay.
We should, maybe there's some, sorry, maybe there's some way though, for planning board to, I mean, I'll ask Chairman Hunter to raise this as something to discuss on the 7th, just to take
Yeah.
everyone's temper and see, because just to make sure that there isn't something that is going to be an issue.
Okay, we've now passed hour number 2, so we're only on action item number 2. So let's, Valerie, why are you still standing there?
Because there is one other thing that the board needs to decide on the ADUs, and I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It's on page 2.
You decide for us, come on.
It's the design requirements. That was the last element that there was some discussion on. We did work into that the accessory dwelling units must adhere to the residential design guidelines. But there were some additional design standards that the Affordable Housing Task Force has recommended. And then there was that issue of the 800 square feet that was discussed earlier this evening, whether we want to include that. So I'm sorry, it's just a few more.
Interestingly enough, while I was sitting here going through general code and looking at our neighboring ones, some of them are actually limited to 600 square feet. So, and that's New York City, right? Trustee Asher, that's New York City. It's a
It's a
closet.
mansion.
It's like a 2-bedroom, yeah.
I mean, why, what I don't understand about this, the design requirement issue is why does the Affordable Housing Task Force have these recommendations for design requirements? We have design requirements for accessory buildings. They are not so dissimilar from those that apply to primary structures. Why would we develop a separate set of design guidelines for ADUs?
Yeah, I actually don't think it should be a completely separate document. I think that we should take the residential design guidelines, which probably should be looked at anyway. It's a great document, but it probably is worth looking at it anyway. And look for those things that are particular to the ADU issue about making sure that, where the other entrance is and things of that sort that have a real impact on the appearance of the house and potentially the character of the neighborhood. So I just think it's a matter of looking at these and seeing to what extent they are in fact already covered by the residential design guidelines.
Yeah, I mean, I think there isn't, there's a section on additions, there's a section on roof lines, there's a section on, in the residential design guidelines, there's a section on,
On second
topography. And yeah, I mean, we could have a section on ADUs and have 3 or 4 diagrams or that get added to that.
Exactly.
Then I just don't want to have a separate ADU, section of.
I agree. And I don't, right.
What do you think, Valerie?
It's right. I mean, that's fine. You already do have some provisions in the ADU, the current ADU law for designs. And then you do have a reference now for the residential design guidelines. So the planning board could always review those residential design guidelines and see if anything needs to be amended to them to also include.
Should we put something about the size of the ADU in the ADU law, a 33% or 800 square feet, whichever is less sort of thing, just as a.
It's in there already.
That's in the design requirement, so that's.
No, it's in the law.
No,
Is
now
it?
the 800 square feet is
33%,
not in the
right,
law.
the 33% is the law, 800 feet is not in the law.
But we can add
Right,
it.
so
if
let's
you
talk about doing that now.
Okay.
So I personally would like to add that in there. What is if all in favor of adding the 800 feet limitation, raise your hand. One,
Can I just
two.
ask a question? So what is an ADU is determined by size also? So let's say.
It's no more than 2 bedrooms also.
Right, but I'm saying, so let's say if you had a 2-car garage or a 4-car garage and you were going to build something above it, odds are more than 800 square feet, right? So then.
Well, no, it wouldn't, because you can't build a garage that's that big anyway.
I'm saying
The zoning code doesn't allow you to build a 3,000 square foot garage.
No, but I'm saying, but if you have a very big garage and you're building up on it.
Well, then the part that's an ADU is just the occupiable area. It's just the area that's the ADU. If you maintain, you're saying if you maintain the garage.
But I'm just saying, I don't really have a concept of 800 square feet in light of if we're putting something on top of something or building a separate structure. Like, I don't know where the 800 came from. So was it
It's just a
random
limiter.
or is it?
It seems to be a standard for a lot of the
That-
ADUs throughout
It is,
the
okay.
area.
That's in the model code from the
Yeah.
county.
Westchester County, yeah.
It's also a kind of a magic number for an affordable 2-bedroom.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, and so that's it, like, and
Okay.
a less affordable 2-bedroom is 1,200 square feet.
Okay,
Um,
that's
Yeah, if
but
you
an
get too
affordable-
big, you lose the affordability. Exactly.
Thank you.
And
Yeah, no, in the mall, yes.
And also keep in mind that it has to meet uniform code, and Dan can attest to this, that there has to be a certain amount of square footage per bedroom. There has to be, it's all in the uniform code. So you're going to meet the compliance there, and it will naturally regulate itself if it meets all those other standards.
Okay, so let's just make, again, all those in favor of limiting
I
it to,
think Sherry has another question.
no,
No, she's
voting.
pre-voting.
Voting?
I'm ready to vote. I was convinced.
All those in favor of limiting it to 800 square feet, raise your hand. Okay, so that, we're going to include that, Valerie.
All right.
Okay, is there anything else we have to include?
No, not for this.
Okay. Are we paying her per hour? No, not you.
It says 300, the minimum.
33% or 800 square feet, whichever is less.
Only this much meeting length.
Okay, so,
we
because
halfway
the
or-
provision in the code says
Yeah.
300
Not
square
on page
feet,
one.
but in no case it'll exceed, so we want to.
Maybe we
Buff
should
with
skip number 2. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna make a decision where we're going to skip discussion number 2 for now. And let's move to, actually, do you think, can we skip number 3? Or do you have your heart set on that too, Melissa?
No, Valerie, can number 3 wait until the 12th for discussion?
Which one is that?
That's the escrow, the
Forms.
application.
Sure. We can put it off. I might have we'll talk about scheduling, but yes, we can put it off.
So, but we don't have to do it tonight. We can
No.
put it over till maybe the
Yes.
26th. if
Yeah, we can
necessary.
do, definitely. We can
And
do that.
we can have a resolution ready if they want to establish the fees and get it in the master schedule. So
Can-
everything will be neat and tidy.
And I said in the meantime, that if somebody could provide some context for this, because I don't even know how to read it or what it is. So if there's
Oh,
any,
the application?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just do 1 minute? It only takes 1 minute. So basically, we're creating new applications for the planning board on all land use approval processes. And it will work in conjunction with what gets submitted to the village board.
Gotcha.
So I can send you, and I'll send Melissa, and she can distribute what the current forms are like, and then you'll see the difference.
Okay,
There's nothing controversial really here.
No,
This
Okay.
is, yeah, this is for the benefit of the public and applicants and
There'll be a little bit of a slight procedure change, and so we wanted to address that to the board. It's more of bringing everything in line and through the building department, so more efficiency.
Valerie, you're discussing it now.
Sorry, I'm done.
Let's go to, well, now number 2, but it was number 4, the historic district guideline update. So,
just a summary.
This will be quick.
This is just a summary of where we are, that's all. We're not expecting any
Right.
substantive discussion, but we thought it would be helpful to come back to let you know what happened the last time, where we're going, what's left to do.
Right, so what we'd like to do is, I just wanted to, there's been a number of questions that have come up recently about where we are with the historic guidelines. Steve is here in the audience. So basically, the last version we have is from 2019, which you received as part of your packets. And there was a meeting with the board back in 2019 where it was a joint meeting where there was a lot of comments received. Steve Tilley provided the board or the village back in December summary of the comments that were received. So the next step needs to take place is to review those comments and to also have this board now review the historic guidelines that are being proposed, and then to identify exactly what updates need to be made to this document so that Stephen can incorporate those changes, and then we can finish this process. One thing I would like, what I did not, I mean, I wasn't anticipating going into details tonight about the historic guidelines. What I'd like to do is to have the board actually review the whole document. One of the things that I wanted to highlight, though, as you review the document is that while we're calling it guidelines, there are a number of standards within the document itself. So once, if the board chooses to adopt it, it's going to be more of standards as opposed to just general guidelines like we have with the residential guidelines or some of the other guidelines that have been adopted as part of the zoning code.
So that's an important issue that we have to address.
Right, and we can spend, I mean, this is something that we'll probably should spend some time with to kind of go through and maybe try to find a meeting where there's either a lighter agenda or something separate where we can walk through, answer any questions that you have, and then, you know, maybe we can coordinate to have Stephen here as well to then weigh in on, you know, some of the concerns going one way or the other, whether it's, you know, recommended or it's something that's required.
Right, so I think maybe like a workshop, set aside a half hour or so for this and we can go over that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I think maybe you might need a little more than a half an hour, but yeah, something like that.
Something that is at some point, we're gonna have to adopt, and is there a public hearing that's gonna have to happen?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah, because as they're drafted now, they go beyond guidelines and they'll actually mandate actions by your residents. So we'll have to tweak some of we might even need to take a look at zoning text. We might have to, it's going to be an involved process. So, but we'll need to point out those areas to you at a work session so we can provide an opportunity for you to reach public consensus like you did tonight with your ADU.
This has been pending for a really long time. We approved the Belden Historic District, I think 3 mayors ago. I'm really concerned with the length of time, and I appreciate that there's a process we have to follow and a work session, but these guidelines were presented a long time ago. There's no real changes. I know Trustee Patino has worked on them with the AHRB and they have some comments that we need to consider, but I really urge us to move this along and get it finalized and passed in one form or another as quickly as we can without further delay.
Well, I think the other suggestion was to incorporate the suggestions that were previously made and then come up with a newer document, right?
Right, so I
could
think,
do
you
that.
know, if they believe in, you know, really, I think Stephen's looking to do one revision, right, as opposed to numerous revisions. And so we just need to make sure that we get the final blessing from the board on that these are the last of the remaining comments. But since these comments were for over a year ago, we thought it would probably be good to have this conversation with the full board.
I don't know what comments we're referencing at this point that were made a year ago, but when you say Stephen doing one rescission, you're referring to Mr. Tilley?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, do we need Mr. Tilley to do the revision, or, I mean, he's done the bulk of the work and we paid him for it. And if we have revisions, can't we as a board make them similarly to how we just did on the ADU? I mean, I don't think we're going to be, I know what Trustee Patino's comments are. I know what a couple of my thoughts are, but I don't think it's like an overhaul of the entire guidelines or anything. So, I mean, wouldn't it be more efficient for us just to work through the revisions ourselves and finalize it that way?
Well, I think, I mean, when we looked at this the last time, I think it was 2020, so 2 years ago. And so at that time, the document was very close to being completed. I thought it was, I mean, I think we all agreed it was a really well crafted and thoughtful document. We liked, personally, I thought there was maybe a handful of comments that we should address or talk about or clarify, maybe a couple that should be removed or softened a little bit. And this was in part, this was as part of the vote to proceed with this at the AHRB 3 years ago. A certain number of kind of, you know, easing of some restrictions were agreed upon as getting it passed. So I couldn't get the other board members to vote without softening some of the language. And so I think it's important to maintain that intent. And so there's a few things I think we could change. I don't believe that, I think we can address those either by email, we can address those as Trustee Sullivan suggested, just make some of those changes, or we can just present those to Mr. Tilly. And if he, if he agrees with those, we can make those changes. I understand why you don't want to make some changes now and then a bunch of other little changes later and do that 7 times over because, well, it's a waste of time. So I just, how do we get all our comments together? And I was under the impression that we had done that 2 years ago.
Right, and that's why I brought up, I thought we had the edits that were already in. I don't know how Trustee Rosenberg and Asher feel about, I mean, it's a big document. Do you guys want to take time to read it and then question Mr. Tilly or Valerie or Mike, or how?
I have read it and I've spoken to Michael about it. You know, my major concern is that we have a contingent of people in Dobbs Ferry who are against anything at all touching a hairpin that might have dropped near a historic building. And my concern is that, and I think it's a pretty reasonable concern, that this document is going to be ammunition for the SOS Dobbs Ferry crowd to object to everything. They already object to everything, so I'm not sure that this, matters that much. But to the extent that it imposes requirements and takes, and that can be more ammunition to throw in a way that delays and raises costs and makes it harder to modernize and do development in the village. I think that we need to make sure that it is clear as part of this that that's not what it's here for. It's here as it seems to me as an attempt to make suggestions to ensure that when a legitimately historic building is under some sort of redevelopment or improvement plan, that the spirit of that building survives. But I have read the document, and there are things in here around roof materials and there are some very specific things that I think should be softened. I've seen some notes from Michael that do soften those requirements, and I think that they should be softened both because out of fairness to homeowners who don't necessarily need to be told that their project can't be done because it is now, because of this document, absolutely unaffordable, and it's not fair to village resources who have to spin for years on some of these projects. So, my sense is in reading through this is, to the extent that we can look at what requirements can be redesignated as strong suggestions, that would be my overall preference, because I think we spend far too much time, far too many resources, and make things far too difficult for people who want to improve and maintain and preserve their properties.
But I think that's what Valerie is getting at, as far as what's a standard, what's a guideline, what's recommended, what's prohibited. And that, I think, was one of the things that we and Michael was dealing with, is how harsh or how firm to make these things. So Shari, how do you feel about moving?
I agree that we don't want to make it overly cumbersome, but we still want to preserve some of these great old buildings, but some of the old buildings aren't so great. They're just old, and if you are buying a house that is historic, it means a lot of times you can't do things to make it more energy efficient, or you have problems with windows. I think that I didn't read the entire thing, and once again, not my area of expertise, but I would like the opportunity to just look through it, although it seems, based on what Trustee Sullivan and Patino said, this has been hanging out there for a long time. I certainly don't want it held up because, I want to spend more time, with a marker on it. So I think if we could do something that really identifies if something actually is historic and not just standing next to something historic, that's different.
Well, Shari, it only applies to buildings in a historic district.
Why don't we do by email for now? People can submit their suggestions. And I know Michael has submitted has done the language. We can incorporate that in what we have now with the new, everybody else's suggestions, and then we can review the suggestions and see if we could put something together and then have another meeting on it before we finalize it. Okay? We can move forward on it. Okay?
But there was a whole history on, 3 years ago, we had a meeting, and maybe Liz in the next couple of weeks could find out when that was, where we talked about guidelines versus requirements and, where the board came out on this and why Mr. Tilley drafted them in the format that he did. And we had the comments that led to the changes here, because I think it's important. You don't want it to be too restrictive, but you don't want it to be too loosey-goosey either. Like, there's a purpose to it. And it's not a building that you think is historic. It has to be designated historic or in a historic district. It's very specific. And right now, the only historic district is Belden.
Yeah, so I would love to, I don't, once again, coming in new.
No, I understand.
We don't have the
I'd let you know.
history on the historical, right? So I think it would be helpful to know, for me at least, to know how we got here. And then I'm sure I'll be totally fine with it, but it's just picking up a document. I have nothing to compare it to, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe at the expense of a little bit of time, since a couple of trustees, I think the last one was October of 2020 when I went through the entire set of guidelines. But I think to set the premise again, because there's obviously some misunderstanding of where this applies and how it applies and how it gets used. And in fact, what the experience is of, I've done a lot of these. I just finished one for Montclair, New Jersey. And it's not, there's some mythologies about the impact of it and what it does to an applicant. And I think I can dispel those concerns. And obviously it's your document, so you need to understand the premise, but I think just dealing with the document better if I can try to review some of it and go back to the beginning a little bit without our endlessly spinning our wheels.
Perhaps just with me and Matt, right?
Right, that's what I'm gonna say. There is a list of comments already, so I
Yeah.
think if you could incorporate those, and then we have an opportunity for the newer trustees to review it, see what they believe, and then we could maybe move this along.
But there is this basic policy thing, which, there's the committee that worked on the language, which the enabling legislation, which for the historic district, which is the only, right now, it only applies to 8 houses in Dobbs Ferry. I think it's been crafted so that it could, if other historic districts appeared, and there are other interesting collections of buildings, that it could apply, but it only applies in those districts. And I think Sonia Janian and that committee, brought forward that enabling legislation, and then were instrumental in in advocating the provisions and some of the language. So there needs, I think, obviously it has to be adopted in a public hearing. And so that hearing you'll get the benefit of those viewpoints as well.
Right, and I think, as you said, it's our document, and I think when we went through it the first time, we did have comments that I think softened it a little bit. So I think we should incorporate those comments, and then the new trustees will look at it, and then we'll hold it for a public hearing, and then, like you said, the public will come out and we see where it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of edits that I need to do personally with, in adding resources, but there's a couple of fundamental things that I think I need to get that instruction in the public hearing, not just from the comments that were previously made, right? So
I think it needs to be in a final form.
Yeah, but I can't get it in a final form without a public hearing.
No.
What I'm saying is it needs to be presented to the board and then made available at a public hearing. It can't be then re-amended, because then, like tonight, because the changes may be substantive, you'd have to have a second public.
Then I think there needs to be a workshop or something where those things can be discussed, because for me to get the instruction There are clear differences. There's dissonance between input.
See, but I think the dissonance is between maybe the people you referred to as opposed to the Board of Trustees. I think the Board of Trustees came with how they want this law to be drafted. So what I think some of the majority of the trustees are saying is draft it, incorporating the changes that we suggested, then have a public hearing, and then we as the Board of Trustees can decide on, based upon the comments made at the public hearing, if we want to approve that particular law, or do we want to amend it and put it over for the final view? Is that accurate, what we were saying, Mike, or no?
I think that's the better path. I mean, we have not agreed on a few specific items for quite some time. So we can have a workshop and continue to disagree about those things, or we can do it in a public hearing. I
Sort of like tonight when.
I don't think it's a bad idea to have a workshop. I just want to move the process along. I don't want to be 6 months from now.
I'm happy to do a workshop too. I
We'll not
just
have a
want to do
guideline.
one workshop and then go to public hearing
Yes.
and,
Okay, because I thought you were, Nicole, I thought you were saying you were ready to move forward with the edits rather than have the workshop.
No, I'm fine with having a workshop. I just want to make the point that we shouldn't keep doing things where it's on for discussion and then another discussion and then maybe we get a public hearing and then a new public hearing. So we may a substantive change. Like this just needs to get done. It's been sitting out there for a really long time. It's embarrassing.
Right.
But
So
I want to get it right. So let's do it right. So let's do the workshop and then a public hearing.
Okay, is that the majority of the board?
Yes.
Okay, let's move forward with that one.
I think
I thought it was the other way.
based
All right, I
upon the
didn't mean to confuse
workshop, you can give clear instructions on the edits, and then once you have that, you can schedule the public hearing. But I think the workshop will be helpful to give instructions to Mr. Tilly.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Number 3.
Okay, let's move on to discussion number 3, I guess, which is the Main Street sidewalk bids update and underground wires discussion. So who wants to move, who could start the ball rolling? Melissa?
Yes, Elisa, George Palmer is on the meeting. He's the village consulting engineer on this project. So tonight, in order for the board to move forward with awarding the bid, there has to be New York State DOT approval. We have not gotten that yet. So at this point, the resolution will be adjourned until the April 12th meeting for consideration. But we did want to have this item on for discussion if the board has any questions. And there are some issues that have arisen with regards to the possibility of the underground wire burial. And another issue that was raised was something that we had on the agenda for the 12th, and that would be the parklets. With the implementation of this project, that would have a negative effect on the parklet. So I just wanted to make sure that the board had sufficient time to discuss this. There was a lowest bidder, Palladino Concrete, who is significantly lower than the next highest bidder. I've spoken to Mr. Palmer, who spoke. Okay, just okay. Who spoke to the next highest bidder, and there were no issues with the bidding. It was simply that the second highest bidder actually didn't want to win the bid. So that's where the numbers came from. I know that Mr. Palmer did reach out to the references. I was forwarded the references as well. I reached out to 2 of them from different municipalities, Ossining and Yonkers. Both were very satisfied with Palladino Construction or Concrete's work for their municipalities in similar situations. So at this point, I will ask Mr. Palmer to add any additional information that I may have missed. George?
No, I believe you've covered all the information that we disseminated. The only thing that we did go through Concrete Palladino. They actually did Broadway and Livingston about 10 years ago. Similar kind of project, sidewalks, curbs. road realignment. And it came in on budget or under budget. And actually, we did some work for the Rochambeau monument that was there with some money that was left over with Dr. Barkow, the village historian. So, and then they've done work in Ardsley recently, same conditions, sidewalks, with not very many issues, other than the job being difficult. So as far as the contractor goes, we're okay. We're satisfied with their work.
Okay.
There's two other things that I think we needed to go through, which was the alternates for the project and the undergrounding of utilities, where we were going with those two issues.
Yes, because luckily that the lowest bidder, regardless of the alternates that the board, if the board decides to include any alternates, the lowest bidder remains Palladino Concrete. So that makes it a little more easy to move forward. But George, if you can go over the alternates, what they are, and explain to the board the difference between the four of the alternates, and the board can then decide if they want to proceed with one or any of the alternates. And if so, we can incorporate those alternate bid costs into the resolution that will be considered on the 12th.
Sure. So the base bid included tree pits with mulch. Alternate one included the tree pits with rubberway flex pave. The rubberway flex pave was something that the highway department would like to see due to a maintenance, easier for maintenance. Alternate two was the tree pits with structural soil. And I'm going to say alternate, the next one is a combination of the base bid, alternate one, alternate two.
What was alternate two? What kind of soil?
Structural soil.
What is that?
That soil is used under the tree pits so the trees grow, the root can spread out further. And
I know that was recommended by the Tree Consortium at one time.
correct. And that only goes around the tree pits. So the next option, we're going to call it option, is base bid, alternate one and alternate two, which is the structural soil with the flex pave. And then option 5 would be base bid, alternate 2 and alternate 3, which is the tree pits, the structural soil, and the tree grates. And then the 6th option would be the base bid, alternate 2, alternate 3, alternate 4, which is the tree pits, the structural soil, the tree grates, and brick pavers in lieu of stamped concrete.
Could you describe what alternate 3, like, could you describe the difference between alternate 2 and alternate 3? So what did the tree grates do as opposed to structural soil? And why would we do either or both?
So as part of the discussions with the highway department and the consortium, there's the, well, I would call it option 4, which is the tree pits with the flex pave with the structural soil. It boils down to answer your question, a matter of preference and cost. So the rubber flex pave allows water to get into the soil. The structural soil has more voids, so it allows trees and the roots to grow more freely, and they thrive.
And does that help prevent the sidewalk buckling, for example?
It does. It should. Shouldn't say it does. It should.
Okay. And the tree grate is mostly an aesthetic issue, right? It's so rather than have the soil open to that area around the tree, there's a metal grate with a ring opening where the tree trunk is. Is that right? Is that what I'm?
That's correct.
Okay.
And again, it's there's the flex pave and the tree gates function the same way. It's just a matter of cost and aesthetics.
Yeah, George, I know at one time they were talking about the problem with the tree grate being that the ring, if the tree expands, they don't want the center ring growing into the tree. So if we do the grates, is there some way we can have a flexible ring?
And you do actually have them now, and they break away. So every 2 inches of the ring can break off as you as the tree grows. And what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to break those off. And sometimes that doesn't happen, and trees grow and they grow around the grates, and it
Right.
girdles the tree and it destroys it. So
Right.
it's a matter of maintenance. So
Is there anything, this is a potentially weird question, but how do pets interact with the tree grate? Is there anything, are they safe for pets to walk on?
yes. So they're on Cedar Street now, and I don't recall there being issues with the pets, but to that point, the spacing. So when you pick a tree grate, you make the spacing as tight as it can be without obstructing the water from getting in there. So high heels, pets, all those things don't become nuisances, you know.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I just want to point out, stamped concrete does not look like brick. No, it looks pretty terrible. And I say this because when Con Ed did the work on Ashford Avenue, they also tore up a lot of sidewalks, and there were a number of brick, sort of inlays that my neighbors had. They replaced those with stamped concrete, and I walk by it every day, and it looks terrible.
Yeah.
So I vote for option, at least including alternate 4.
So just for clarification, if the board were to go with alternate 4, you must also go with base bid alternate 2 and alternate 3. Is that correct, George?
That is correct.
So it's alternate 2, 3, and 4, if we're doing 4.
Correct.
That's 908, the 908 number.
Correct.
And by the way, Palladino is one of the few contractors that do the stamped concrete. So they don't have to sub that out. They actually do that, as a side note.
We did the stamp concrete on the whole library. Let's go look at that.
Jeff,
I didn't hear.
where do we fall with base bid, our grant, and what the money we allowed for this versus the base bid, all 2, 3, and 4, and those grant and allowance.
So I'm not sure I understand.
Do we have the money to do the?
Do we have money to do alternates, or I think your mic is your mic?
Anything you want to do is probably going to be a bond situation, added to a capital bond.
Okay.
So let's talk about the other issues, and let's talk about burying the lines while we're doing this. So Melissa, I think I saw somewhere, was it $6 million?
Yes, in order to, and George spoke to Con Edison, the reason that it's so costly at a expected price of $6.6 million is because you have to bury all the conduits, you have to bury a lot more of the electrical work, and it's pretty expensive to do. So we've gotten lower prices from Altice and things of that nature because you don't have the electrical aspect of burying those wires. So the question for the board is whether or not, obviously, we would have to bond for that. We don't have that funding for 6.6 million.
What's great is we can just stop talking about this.
Okay.
Every time it comes up, we can just say, sorry.
And you'll never
It's
get it done
$8
by the
million.
end of the year. So,
Well,
yeah.
but the other issue, Melissa, unless I'm wrong about this, or that is included in the numbers, is it would also generate significant expense for building owners to reconnect to those lines.
That's
So
correct.
the 6.6 million would bury the lines, and then each of our business owners or building owners in Dobbs Ferry would be responsible for costs associated with reconfiguring their own electrical systems.
That's
So
correct.
it could be a multiple of this 6.6 million.
Is that amount for the entire village or just for the downtown?
Just the area of this project on Main
So
Street.
only Main Street, not even Cedar.
Not even Cedar Street, so that's just Main Street.
Sorry, half of Main Street is 6.6. So like Larry said, the true cost is multiples of that. It's just not even.
And it would be foisting those costs on other people. So I agree.
All right, let's take a straw poll. All those who want to go forward without the Con Ed burying the lines, raise your hand. Without Con Ed burying the lines. Okay, so that means Nicole and Shari, how do you feel?
I mean, burying the lines is something I've been hearing from business owners about for, the last 4 years, both in my, capacity here and with the county. It's just such a, yes, it is expensive, but what is the cost if the power goes out? We have we have storms and the attractiveness and all that kind of stuff. So yes, it's too much money for us, but I think we have to come up with some kind of alternative way to do something to be concerned with how Main Street looks.
I disagree.
Right, so I think they will bury the Altice, the Verizon lines, right? So the only lines that will be up would be the Con Ed lines.
And they're gonna remove the deadlines.
Burying the Altice line, the low voltage lines, is $1 million project.
Well, didn't they say they would?
They
Was it
did. George, do you recall the
$980,000?
cost?
Yeah.
George, do you recall the cost for the Altice burying the lines? I have it here.
The burying the Altice lines is about $150,000.
That's nothing.
All in?
No.
Yeah, so the contractor will basically put in a conduit, and what Altice has said to me was that they will take care of all the connections. So they weren't, because it's actually an opportunity for them to get rid of their lines and put FiOS in, I think, which is a benefit to them.
Well, Altice isn't putting
Right,
FiOS in.
that's Verizon.
That's Verizon.
FiOS, it's
Fiber.
Fiber. So,
So $150,000 for half of Maine. So, right, we'd have double that cost.
No more than that, because
Is that half of Maine or is that all of Maine?
so that's Cedar to Chestnut.
But it would be more expensive to do the other half. It's not double because the sidewalks aren't going to be up.
Correct.
You put conduit in. What about Verizon? Who else's lines are on the pole? Con Ed, Verizon, and Altus, is that correct?
No, just Altice and Con Ed are the only two on the pole.
Verizon's not on the pole?
Verizon, where are Verizon wires?
So Verizon is fed from the aqueduct on one side. That's the
back.
And then on the other side, there's actually a series of utility poles that go behind the buildings that feed the buildings from behind. So Verizon, I was out there with Verizon and he said, I've got nothing on this pole. You don't have to worry about me.
Oh, okay.
Now, there are a lot of excess wires on those poles. Do we know who they belong to?
So all the low wires that you see, those are all Altice, all of them. And then the Verizon guy said there's some wires that maybe you guys put up for like the Christmas lights and things like that. There's maybe one or two of those up there, but that's it. So you have at the top of the pole, you have primary, which is where the power comes in, and then you have, which is the high voltage, which is 13.2 volts kV. Then below that, you have what goes to each of the buildings, which is the secondary, and then you have your telephone and your cable. So in this case, you just have cable, which is Altice. So those are all the wires that are up.
Let me
So
ask
we
you,
don't
is
need
it,
a telephone wire at all for anybody? Everybody down there is on the.
They come in from the back, Donna. They come in from the back.
right,
coming
so I'm
to the
just
back.
gonna ask, why not, can Con Ed put their wires in the back where Verizon wires are?
That's a good question. It has to be a certain quality pole, and it has to be owned by them, I believe. But I'd have to check on that. So
Why
I'm
don't
not
you check on that? Because if we
back
could,
there
at least-
now.
we could put the Con Ed lines behind, off the main street and put them behind the buildings. That would be, from an aesthetic point of view, perfect, I think.
But you'd still have the process of each individual property owner connecting to that.
Yeah,
That's
they could
right. So,
relocate their electrical service.
That's true.
so you have to keep the one wire live, and then you have to take them off and put them on. You have to switch each one of them on and off. You have to get to know each of the property owners to make that work. That's why undergrounding is so difficult as well. You have to put a wire in, you have to make it live, you have to keep the power that they have, and then each one has to do a switch over. And it's time, it could be 2-3 years to try to
You know
switch.
what? I think you have to start somewhere in the sense that let's just get a price for putting it off of Main Street, and then we can go from there and see. Maybe there are grants out there for the homeowners. I don't know. Let's just see what the price is.
Yeah, and Sherry, I'm very sympathetic to the desire of the businesses to, have a more attractive Main Street and not suffer when the power goes out. But, I think we haven't had an answer of, $6.6 million. Plus, they're going to still have to pay a lot of out of pocket to do the reconnection. So I think, the idea of moving them behind the building, great. If we can do that, wonderful. But other than that, I agree with Michael. It has to kind of end this conversation. That number is just unrealistic.
Okay, but the Altice wires, which seems to be a lot of the wires, if that's only $150,000, that could also make a difference.
No, I agree with you on that. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I mean, the poles are still up, the power still goes out. I don't think it makes that much difference.
The thing is,
I also think you have to multiply that by 3 or 4 because we're not covering. That's only a small section of that's only part of Main Street.
but we could do it that part.
You do that part and not the rest, not
Yeah.
Cedar.
As for now. And I think
You
as
have
far
to
as the
start
power,
somewhere. Yeah.
your
I
power
mean,
going,
at some point, we might be doing some of these other sidewalks.
right, and the power goes out in other parts of the village with the above lines more than Main Street. So if you look at around the village, it does go out more in places that are outside of Main Street because for different reasons. Okay, so the next item we have to address is how it affects the parklets and the restaurants. So,
Mayor, do you want to discuss that tonight? Do you want to discuss that on April 12th when we anticipated that item on? At this point, we're going to need a time frame for this project, which we won't know until the 12th because we'll know that the state approved the project. And that's when the board can consider a resolution to award the bid. So
But
it's up
shouldn't we
to
make a
you.
decision about the alternates now?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yes.
let's go back to this before we switch over to another topic. Let's decide on
I just
on
assumed
base
that
bid
was-
or or are we including any
For
alternates?
some reason, I just assumed, maybe because of my head, I would just do with the alternate 2, 3, and 4.
Does that include the structured soil? I'm confused as to what. this
Yes,
is.
structure,
Yeah, the
structural soil,
we
tree
need,
grates, and brick pavers.
And it adds 180,000 or so, which we would have to bond. Is that a prohibitive number?
Not for a bond.
Okay, then I'm for it.
So the base bid, alternate 2, alternate 3, and alternate 4.
Right.
And those will be placed in the resolution for consideration on the 12th.
And how does how Nicole, Larry, and Shari and
I'm good with that. This is a 20-year decision for the village or more. And I think they're not supposed to cheap out. We want it to look good.
right? That was my feeling.
So can I just say
So-
something about the bond, though? I wouldn't just bond that. I would consider other projects and maybe a larger bond.
Yeah.
So that will require a discussion about the capital project list.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so looks like we're ready to move on that.
Yeah.
So one last question, given that we're not going to award this until the 12th, where does that leave us with our schedule for completion before the end of the year? Assuming that's still a requirement.
It is, and I spoke to Fiona today. She did not think that would be an issue. Obviously, we wanted it quicker. But George, do you have any opinion on that, on the timeline? And also in adding the burial of the Altice wires, if that's going to affect the timeline of December 31st?
So it's 6 months. It was a 6 months, 3 months down one side, 3 months back on the other. As they go down and back. I think we went through that one of the other meetings too. And so I would still plan on that timeline. The burying of the wires, that's not going to add a significant amount of time to the project because it's just burying a conduit under the sidewalk. So what they'll do is they'll tear up the sidewalk, they'll dig for that conduit, they'll put it in, and then they'll do all their other work. So I don't think that's going to be, I'll confirm that with the contractor, what kind of time that adds, but it's not, shouldn't be significant to the timeline. So, and we should, with that 6 month puts us October, November, so we should make our deadline of December.
Can I ask a question, George? If
Go
they're
ahead.
just burying a conduit, don't they have to have outlets for those conduits to the individual buildings as well? And is that access built in, or does that mean that every time a building connects, Altice is going to jackhammer the sidewalks?
So they're going to start at one end, go to where there's actually an exterior connection right now. So there's an overhead that goes to the building, goes down to the side of the building, and then goes in. So that this is going to be the reverse. It's going to be under the sidewalk. It's going to go to that same point on the building and then go up. So once that's installed, they'll go past the sidewalk onto the property line. And they'll actually need each individual property owner's permission, which would be the next step of this, to reach out to all of them and say, okay, we're going on, we'd like to bury all the conduits. We'd like your permission to do that. If they said no, or they didn't get back to you in a timely manner, we would stop the conduit, put a cap on it at the property line. And when they do get back to you, all you do is, put up, there'll be a marker there. You just dig right in that spot, you undo the cap, and then make the finished connection to the building. So the infrastructure will be there. All you have to do is connect to it. Not all the disturbance will be on the property owner's property, not in the village right away.
Does one person saying, no, I don't want to get it from underground mean that all the wires have to stay up in perpetuity?
No.
I have a question on the timing. So does this mean that the street could potentially be broken up when we have Fairy Festa and October 1st?
Yes.
That's a good question. You're absolutely right.
When's Fairy Festa?
It's actually on for an
October 1st, right?
announcement tonight.
Yeah.
Maybe Fairy Fest is just on.
Oh, I mean,
But just
it would
for
be hard
trustee
to have
Rosenak,
it, yeah.
when last year we postponed this so that, to not negatively impact the businesses. And at that time, we went through, Mr. Palmer went through with a plan and showed how it would be done in sections. So I think what will happen is they'd be working on one of the last sections at the time of Fairy Festa. There'd be a piece of sidewalk that we just have to, barricade off that couldn't be utilized. I don't really see any other way around it. I mean,
I'm not saying to not do it. I just want to,
yeah, it's
wanna
going to
be
be an
prepared.
inconvenience. It's going to be an inconvenience to all the businesses, when they're
it'll
doing
be
their
more than an
section.
inconvenience, but I mean, we have to think of a way to sell it to them as a win because it's coming right at the time when they were going to open up again and start, putting things on the street as the weather gets nicer. So I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, obviously, but I think we do need to be mindful of the businesses and of just, people coming into the village and what it will mean, in spring and summer, so.
Okay, so we're ready to do a resolution on this?
No, we have to put it over to the 12th.
Yeah, because we're waiting for the Department of Transportation.
Yes, we need the DOT approval.
So
Is
the
there any way,
resolution's tabled.
do we know that they'll get back to us between now and then, or it's whatever they get back to you? Like, is there a risk that they will take too long to get this to us?
There is always that risk. They knew that we had it on the agenda for tonight, and they advised us yesterday morning that they did not think that they would get the approval, but we anticipate having it before the 12th.
We'll table it till then. Let's move on to the
One
next.
other, I'm sorry, one question about the Altice. Is there any direction that I can give Altice at this time to tell them, or should we reach out to the property owners and tell them this is what we want to do? Or does that get postponed as well?
As far as I'm concerned, we want to include Altice in the whole situation. I don't know.
George, let's wait and we can talk tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
thank you. Thank you.
Yep. Move on to the next item, which is a discussion regarding the co-sponsorship of the Memorial Day Parade with the American Legion. I know we have a memo from Melissa regarding that. Melissa, you want to talk about it?
Yes, I received a call from Bill Florin regarding the Memorial Day Parade. Liz did some research for me, and actually the village has had this Memorial Day Parade since 1922, I believe. It's been, some years it's been co-sponsored by the village, other years it has not, but there was a request this year to not only for the village to provide the wreaths, the 3 wreaths that are placed throughout the village during the parade, but also to contribute for the funding of the band for the parade. The total cost is $330 for the wreaths, $1,200 for the band, totaling $1,530. Like I said, my research showed that it has been co-sponsored by the village in the past, in which case it would be fine for the village to contribute this funding. I did speak to the treasurer, and we do have the funding in our celebrations line to fund this project or this parade if the board so chooses.
So I'm going to make a motion. We can go from there. So is there a motion to authorize the village to contribute funding for the operation of the Memorial Day Parade as co-sponsored with the American Legion in the amount of $1,530? Trustee Taylor, second trustee Sullivan, all in favor? Passes unanimously. Okay, let's now go to the Bel Air Drive drainage projects. I know we have a memo from our engineer, who I'm assuming is on the line.
He is still.
He hasn't hung up in the last minute.
Yes, Mayor, I don't, well, let me ask Anthony. Anthony, do you want to discuss one project before the other? And then,
I would just say maybe let's talk about both before a decision is made. If that works.
yes. And we have Anthony here this evening. He was not here the last meeting. He has some more background regarding these projects. So for questions from the board as to the history and the significance of moving forward with these projects, Anthony does have that information.
Sure, and maybe if I'll just share my screen so I can just bring up a map. Let's see.
I think, Anthony, the Board of Trustees' concern is, why is it the village's responsibility? I don't think we're going to doubt that there is damage done, but why would it be? And maybe Laura Lee, you could shed light on that as well.
Okay, and that's maybe that's the Walgrove Esterwood line you're referring to?
I think that the question is with regards to both projects. Why don't we separate the two? Which one is this that you have on the?
Okay, so this one is Walgrove Avenue and Esterwood. This map, let's just bring that up a little bit better there. Okay, so you see north is up here. You can see my cursor, this is Walgrove. Esterwood is below here. This property, 105 Esterwood, if you could see my cursor kind of encircling it. Fronts on Esterwood and backs up onto Walgrove. There is a drainage culvert that crosses through their yard and continues through the backyards of 112, 116, and this here is the master's school where there's a head wall. So during Ida, this line essentially collapsed in a number of places, mainly at 105 Esterwood. There's a large sinkhole here. And there were a number of other sinkholes along the way, along the pipe. It's a corrugated metal pipe, about 4 foot wide. It's kind of a squashed oval shaped pipe. The line does go through the backyards. We did find there was an easement title search done, and an easement was discovered for the property at 105 Esterwood. I could bring that up.
Just
Just
for some
show you.
background. So
Yeah, just for
typically,
some background.
typically when the village has infrastructure that's underneath people's property, the village obtains easements so that if there is an issue such as this, the village can enter the property without needing a licensing agreement or anything else to be able to access the pipe. And it is the village's responsibility when village property or village infrastructure fails. In this case, we found the easement for the 105 Esterwood. The surrounding properties do not have the easements on their property surveys. However, it is the same pipe that runs through. So it's our conclusion that this entire pipe belongs to the village and is our responsibility going forward. This happens a lot with old infrastructure. I believe there was a pond in the area where a couple of these properties are. And there was never an easement.
Yeah, if you can see this map here, this is the 105 Esterwood property. This map's from 1927. And this was part of the title search. It described most of the 105 yard as an easement area for drainage. But as you can see, there was a pond instead of a pipeline at one point, almost 100 years ago. At some point, the pipe was extended through these properties to a head wall on the stream at the master's school.
So if the board authorizes this project to go forward, obviously our next step would be we have to get licensing agreements with the other properties that we don't have the easements, and we do have to eventually get easements for those properties so that we can access the infrastructure in the future. But I think that the board had some questions about how imminent this issue is. Anthony, do you have an opinion on that?
Well, there are some pictures I can show. There are sinkholes. I think DPW set up some orange construction fence around the sinkhole here. So the pipe is collapsed, and the segment of the pipe more to the south is full of debris. And we did camera as much as we could up to the point of the collapse. And where debris just prevented the camera from continuing through. What happened during the storm is, I'm sorry, they're actually vacuuming my office right now. Can you just leave the door closed, please? Thank you. Sorry about that. I didn't know they vacuumed at this time.
Send them to my house.
Yeah. It figures, right? So what happened during the storm was the water overtopped the head wall and just went over land and knocked out a fence here, part of a fence here, and just created erosion along this area. So that's going to happen again with the next, decent sized storm. So what has to happen here is the pipe needs to be replaced up to the head wall altered, and the stream channel hardened for some distance. As you can see, we don't have survey yet, but as part of this, we would do survey and design and prepare bid documents for that. And that's what we outlined in the memo.
And the estimated cost, Anthony, for this project, which is the Walgrove Esterwood project, is $450,000, correct? That's 400.
Right. And that's, that's a budget estimate at this point. What we'll do is when we do the design, we'll do a more detailed estimate at that time.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Sure.
One, if we had done something sooner, would it have changed the cost? Because my understanding was it was a smaller sinkhole after Ida than it is today, or is that all just irrelevant because the drain has to get fixed and that's the major cost?
The pipe is so deteriorated that the bottom of the pipe is basically gone. So it's not something that you could have even lined. You wouldn't have wanted to line this pipe where you put a slip liner in the pipe. It needs to be a replacement. I don't think if you caught it any sooner, unless you caught it many years ago before the deterioration started, you know.
Okay. And do we have like insurance or anything that would cover some or all of this? It's probably not for Anthony, it's probably for somebody else.
That I don't know.
Yeah, no, we do not have insurance for our infrastructure.
Were there any FEMA
I think so.
disaster funds that came around with Ida?
I'm sorry, there are two questions
Sorry.
at once.
Were there any FEMA funds that were associated with Ida that could be requested?
Jeff, do you have that information? We did get FEMA funds, but I don't know if they've been associated to this project.
Yeah, not as far as I know. That's probably a Fiona question. Probably a Fiona question.
I think Fiona did put this project on the FEMA
It
list.
is.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is undergoing the evaluation to see if we can get funding for this project.
Can the sewer fund be used for this as well or not?
No, it's not a sanitary sewer, it's a stormwater.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions?
We have more of these across the village. Like, is there a way for us to do like analysis so we don't end up here again where it's so deteriorated and we can do things sooner?
I think you approved an engineering study that's going to show some of the other areas in the village where eventually Mr. Oliveri will be making recommendations.
Yeah, at least in those two areas, we're going to be doing more TV inspection. But, you know, in other areas of the village, what you'd have to do is essentially TV inspection of the lines. And it would be, you know, quite an undertaking, but it could be done.
And just so the board is aware, the studies that were approved at the last board meeting on March 22nd, Anthony, myself, and Stephen did attend a meeting with the county last Thursday, and they did approve funding for the village. We don't have all of the particulars. It's $105,000 they approved, right, Anthony?
That's right.
We just don't know what the logistics are of that, which is why I haven't informed the board. I was hoping I would have the information before tonight. Otherwise, I would have emailed you, but we have gotten partial funding for those studies.
They fund up to 50%, the county.
You want to show us the other one or?
Sure.
Well, you were, I think you said you were going to show some photos.
Oh, yeah.
Can we look at those? Because I have one other question, which is, if we were to, what happens if no work is done here? Let's just see what the condition looks like.
This is one of the fences that just got knocked over because of the overland flow. You can kind of see the grass here matted down where the flow is going over the surface. This is the rear of, I think it's maybe 112. You can see the sinkholes developing. This is along that path behind the other houses where we have to look at easements. This is a shot of the head wall. This would be like looking north. And you can see the fence also here that got knocked out. Let's see, there's one more. This is a good shot of the head wall itself. I could zoom in a little bit. And you can see all the debris that just is impacted into the pipe. This is where the water overtopped. This is kind of a stone structure here, and just went overland this way.
Anthony, what is the stability of this area where the pipe has failed or the sewer pipe has failed?
And this you can see the sinkholes at the rear of 105 Esterwood. These are pretty significant sinkholes. These will just continue to get worse and open up. And the overland flow will continue to do damage to these properties. You can see they had an above ground swimming pool that basically got knocked out.
Okay. Next.
That's about it. That's about all we have on the photos. This is just a photo, an example of where the pipe joint was separated. That was just that was part of the TV inspection.
Now, Anthony, for the Bel Air Drive drainage project, this project is similar, but it's in a roadway, correct?
Yeah, so Bel Air, a little different situation. We were asked to go out. I believe this section of road, this section of Bel Air, about 500 feet. You can see my cursor from Buena Vista and North Drive, going north up to about Porter Place. It's about 500 feet long. I believe it was up for repaving. And actually, Richard Lyons asked us to go meet with DPW and take a look at the drainage, because the roadway's in pretty bad shape with potholes, and there were multiple repairs done in the past. You can see this green line. This kind of represents the storm network, but it's not really accurate. This is GIS data. You can see it's not going through houses. It's just because of the photo, the aerial photo. But we did TV the line, TV inspected, and this was a 12-inch corrugated metal pipe in pretty poor condition from at least Buena Vista here to this point here, which is opposite 67 Bel Air. This homeowner has complained of the water kind of overtopping the road here. It's kind of a low spot in here. You can see these topography contours kind of signify that this is a low area. At some point in the past, this catch basin actually was piped out down this hill somehow. That was altered and it was piped back into this line in some way, but this area is actually lower than this area slightly, or at least it's very, very flat. So the pipe needs to be replaced. This pipe is just in terrible condition. And these structures need to be altered to some extent. And we need to survey to really figure out and make sure we have pitch. There may not be sufficient pitch to get this out, or the way it's hooked up now, at least, to get it out with any decent capacity towards Porter Place. So we'd also probably look at adding a basin or two along the way here. There's no catch basins along this stretch of road. I think I do have, I thought on this one, yeah, maybe I can bring this over. So I really don't have any photos, but on this one, this is just kind of a Google Earth walkthrough. You can see the damage in the road here. This is kind of looking north into that curve. And you can see that this is due to the pipe being deteriorated and erosion happening, underground essentially. This will start to develop sinkholes. And I understand that there have been sinkholes along the way with repairs done over the years. But the real thing we have to look at carefully is this area here. This is where it tops over the curb, accumulates, and there's erosion behind this curb. So we need to connect this out better down to Porter Place.
Is that when you were looking at the house, there was a drain in the road. Does that go into the pipe that you're talking about, or is that?
This is the drain catch basin that was altered at some point. This is the one that had a pipe that went down that hill at some point in the past, but it seems like it was connected back to this basin on the other side and down to Porter, but it's not really doing the job. So we have to look at, maybe we might have to add another structure here, another drain inlet. Once we have the survey, we'll be able to, figure that out and prepare a design document.
I have heard from residents, I think that he may be raising his hand, just about the concern about the debris that is constantly on the road. I know that DPW went out there, street sweeper specifically. I haven't had a chance to speak to Stephen about what the condition of the road was, but the debris that comes up from the rocks and I don't know what the size of the rocks are, but there have been complaints from residents.
There also have been persistent sinkholes there by North Drive, just toward where the area that Anthony just pointed out. There's been a consistent sinkhole that DPW's patched several times over the last few years.
Right.
See, Pat is raising his hand pretty frenetically, so perhaps we want to.
Not really.
Yeah, at this point, the comment, it's not the time for comments, unfortunately, at this time.
So, okay, so
just so we're clear on this, Laura Lee, maybe, and this is the village's responsibility because it's our infrastructure.
It is,
Okay,
yes.
right.
And as it relates to this, it's in the right of way. So you own the right of way, you own under the right of way. So there's no need for any particular need to get a surveyor to do meets and bounds here. But in the other set of circumstances, and Anthony, correct me if I'm wrong, a surveyor would be able to provide meets and bounds for the limits of what will now become an easement on those remaining properties.
Right, right. Well, we need a survey on both just in terms of topography to do the pipe design. But in the case of the Walgrove Esterwood, the surveyor could prepare meets and bounds for an easement if necessary.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, let's move forward.
Melissa, if I could make a request that you follow up with the resident. I'm pretty sure I know who that is. I can give you his full name, but just to make sure that to the extent that he has concerns or specific information, that we at least take that into account and listen to what he has to say.
Will do. I had a sticky note on my desk with his phone number and I don't know if I can find it. So if you're listening, if you can give me a call tomorrow, if I'm not at my desk, I do have several meetings, just leave me a message and I'll get back to you.
Okay, so let's move this along. So is there a resolution authorizing the expenditure for engineering services and studies for the design and construction of the Bel Air Drive?
Can I ask a
Then we can
question
discuss it.
before we go forward?
Let me just make the motion.
Sure.
Is there a motion? Trustee Casal, second trustee Sullivan. Okay, now we can discuss. Go
Okay,
ahead.
sorry. So we have a lot of drainage issues in Dobbs Ferry. And my concern is that if we deal with them on a piecemeal basis, we don't know what the entire scope of the work that needs to be done is. We've authorized a study, a couple of studies, and I'm very glad that the county is chipping in. That's great. But there's a lot more. In every storm, something new seems to arise. So I'm wondering if it makes sense to go forward with these things right now, or wait at least until we have the results of the studies that we've just put forward, so that we have, a sense of sort of global costs, and we can figure out where to prioritize and how to spend money prudently, because none of these is cheap. Langdon is inexpensive, right? That's, but none of these it's a $500,000 here, $250,000 there, and pretty soon that's up to real money. And with the results of the two studies that we've got coming, neither of those seems to me like it's going to be $500,000 here or $250,000 there. Those look like really expensive projects. So is there some way that we can take, not a lot of time, because I realize that there's not a lot of time to be had, but to get some wider perspective so that we can allocate limited funds in a prudent way, rather than first disaster, and until the pot runs dry.
And unfortunately, a lot of municipal issues, it is playing catch up and dealing with the issues that arise. We estimate the studies that were authorized at the last meeting to be approximately 6 months. Is that right, Anthony? For the other studies that were authorized. So if the board wanted to wait until those studies came in, the issue is that these projects will need to be addressed at some point. And the concern is that if they wait, well, Anthony, what is your opinion as to waiting 6 to 8 months for these projects?
Well, I mean, we could move forward on doing survey and, preliminary design, and get a better, a better handle on what the finished design is going to look like. You don't have to put it out to bid, if you choose to wait on that. I would say the Walgrove one, you've got large sinkholes there in a person's rear yard, so something needs to be done there. You really can't patch the pipe. There's nothing left of the pipe. Unfortunately, like Melissa said, it is catch up on a lot of these things. And, if you start looking at, I'm sure there's many other storm drains throughout the village that are in similar shape. You have to take them one at a time.
If I can make a comment, I mean, it's crystal clear that the village is responsible for these repairs and likely responsible for additional damage where there damage that were to occur on private property. And the reason these two, as I understand it, are in front of the board is because they represent persistent issues and the most urgent problems that we're aware of. So I think we're supposed to proceed. The chances of these not needing to be done would appear to be very, very slight. And so all we're doing is putting off the inevitable and risking inconvenience, difficulties, or worse among the residents who are affected.
I agree with Larry. The issue here is there's a massive problem here. We know there's a problem here. There's already property damage here. If we delay this and we hit with another storm, I don't know what our liability issues might even be for not addressing this.
I mean, I'm not really resisting the projects. I'm just, my mind is, I just can't cope with the idea of how much more there is waiting for us.
And just to clarify that a lot of the funding opportunities need to be shovel-ready projects, which mean that they have to have the studies done, they have to be ready to proceed. So we wouldn't be eligible for a lot of funding. We will continue to pursue those avenues to fund projects such as this. But the only other way to do it is, as Lori Lee said before, if the board authorized a review of the whole infrastructure system, but that comes at a very high cost.
Yeah. All right.
This is exactly my concern, is that I know we have these other items coming up, and I take the points that were just made. Those are good points, but there is a necessity to prioritize. It's just always the equation. There may be many things that need to get done, but we have to focus on one as opposed to another. This one just happens to be in front of us right now. And so, it's sort of the major priority, but we know for certain that there is another project that's quite large that will be before us soon. And we, we'll have to contend with that in some way.
I think eventually we're going to have to bond all these issues, because you're right, when we do a survey of it.
That's just the nature of living in a small old village. Like there's always, it's like, I'm happy I live in a nice 1927 house until something breaks, so I think we know something else is going to break, and this is kind of a triage situation. If the engineer and the village administrator and everyone is bringing this before us because these are priorities, then I want to respect their ability to help us prioritize. But of course, there's going to be more. There's always going to be more, and there's never going to be enough money. That's just the nature of.
But at some point, there's going to be no money, and that's.
I don't believe that that's true. I think we'll look for different ways to raise revenue and save money, but not at this meeting. That's going on until midnight at this point.
When you have projects of this size, it goes out to bonds. I mean, you have to bond it, and we have bonds coming off. That's the nature of a municipality. There's always going to be bonds, and that's how things done. So the motion's been made. It's been seconded. All in favor? That passes 6-1.
Is that all we had Anthony here for?
No.
I'm abstaining.
Abstaining. So it's 6 yes and 1 abstention.
Which
by
project
trustee.
was it?
Which project was that?
That was the Bel Air.
Okay.
Let's move on to the next one. So is there a motion to authorize the engineering services and studies? Consider a resolution authorizing the expenditure for engineering services and studies for the design and construction of the Wall Grove Avenue / Esterwood Avenue drainage project. Is there a motion? Trustee Casal, second. Trustee Sullivan. Any further discussion on this one? All in favor? That passes 6. All against, abstaining. That passes 6-0-1. The extension is trustee Patino.
I have a question though. Is this all we needed Anthony for tonight? Is he done?
Yes,
yes,
he is.
So this meeting has been really long, so I don't want to keep anyone longer or Anthony longer, but I'd really like to have either a public discussion or private and then a public discussion about Gould Park and the stairs and the study of Pietro Place and why they have to be combined. And I think it's not prudent to do it after 10 o'clock tonight, but maybe we can connect and we can have that on a discussion item at the next meeting.
Sure.
You can add that to the agenda. Let's move on to the.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, Anthony.
Good night, thank you.
The vacuum's in.
Go home. Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, Stephen.
I feel better. Alyssa hasn't been here in 3 months, and she's going to be here until 11 o'clock.
So she'll never come back.
At least she gets paid by the hour this time.
I'm not getting paid.
They should pay you.
Sure you are.
Okay. I'm like, I can't even tell where I am. Oh, home rule request asking the state legislature to adopt Assembly Bill and Senate. About that, Melissa.
Actually, I will refer to Jeff, our treasurer, to discuss this item.
So for the last 4 fiscal years, the village has been able to collect a 3% hotel occupancy tax. The only way that we are able to do that is through a home rule. The village doesn't actually have the authority to issue or to collect that sort of a tax without New York State's approval. Looks like about every 3 years or so, we're required to go back and get this home rule renewed. And over the last 4 years, we've collected, a low of about 90,000 to about 120,000 in hotel tax.
A year. Right.
Yeah.
So it's certainly worth us passing this law.
Does this include things like Airbnbs or is it just like
At this
stand-up
point,
hotels?
it's just, the only hotel we're dealing with is the one at Rivertown Square.
That's a good question that we should address sometime with the
Yes.
Airbnbs.
Yeah, those are not taxed as hotels.
Right. So we have to address that.
It's a whole nother class of requirements for a hotel that don't exist for.
So is there a motion to authorize the submission of a home rule request asking the state legislature to adopt Assembly Bill number A9469 and Senate Bill number S8413, which would allow each municipality to impose a hotel motel occupancy tax? Trustee Shari at Trustee Rosen Asher, Trustee Rosenberg, all in favor? That passes unanimously. Is there a motion to consider a resolution of approval of the auditor's reports? Somebody, Trustee Rosenberg, second, Trustee Taylor, all in favor? That passes unanimously. Okay, let's go to the next expenditure, which is 80 Langdon, which is, I know, a lot cheaper, but Melissa, do you want to talk about that?
Yes, this was a property owner had a landscaper had recognized a sinkhole on this property owner's property. Ironically, this was a situation where the property survey did not show an easement. The village did not believe that it was a village pipe that caused the sinkhole. Upon further investigation, we found that there actually was an easement on adjoining properties, which is the same pipe. So Lori Lee worked on a licensing agreement. We're going to get an easement for future issues with this pipe, but this was an emergency expenditure of $3,100 to clear out and replace the small portion of pipe, which was approximately 40 feet. That had to be replaced in this situation.
Okay, so is there a motion to authorize the emergency expenditure regarding the replacement of storm sewer pipe at 80 Langdon Avenue? Trustee Rosenberg, second, Trustee Patino, all in favor? That passes unanimously. I just want to go.
make a very quick observation, which is this is a good thing that the village is not just accepting responsibility, but looking and seeing. And if we are responsible, then we have to deal with it, but not just, that a homeowner puts their hand up and says, come fix something, that we're going to fix their yard.
I just want to go back to the prior vote where we approved the auditor's report. I just want to make that clear that that was the auditor's report regarding the village justice court records and for their fiscal year ending May 31st, 2021. I know I kind of raced through that, but the law requires that the village justice at least once a year present the records and docket to auditing and to the board of the village. And it's been reviewed. The village has engaged an independent CPA firm who has examined the records, and everything has been found to be proper, and that was what we approved 2 minutes ago. So I just want to be clear on that. If to no one else, but then to myself. Now we're going to consider a resolution approving the audit of claims as submitted, recommended by the village treasurer. Is there a motion to approve the audit of claims? Trustee Rosenberg, second. Trustee Patino, all in favor? That passes unanimously. I'm going to be, well, let's just go through it. So are there any trustee liaison reports? Let's start with Trustee Rosenberg.
Unfortunately, I missed the HRB meeting that happened since the last meeting. The traffic committee was unable to get a quorum at our last meeting. And so two things. One is we need more members. So everybody out in TV land with an interest in traffic should raise their hands. I've already discussed with the nominating committee our need for new members. We've just lost a member, unfortunately, to too much work at their regular job. And that is my abbreviated report.
Before I go to the other trustees, did I miss this resolution revising the master fee schedule? Okay.
No.
Okay.
That was the escrow matter that we tabled.
Okay. Trustee Patino?
I think the tree commission and the CAB, we heard from them tonight. The major issue on that been up for discussion with those boards is the tree code revision. That's it. Yeah.
Okay. Trustee Sullivan?
Meeting of the zoning board.
That's right, I saw that. Trustee Sullivan?
Sorry. Youth Services Council had a meeting. They're getting back up and running. I don't know where we are with the coordinator. I know Melissa and Jeff were figuring that out because the person they interviewed everyone liked, but she wanted to be full-time. And they have 2 new members, and the student assistant counselor is new also from the high school that she just got replaced. So they have a lot of great plans for the spring and summer. So hopefully it will be a revitalized coalition. I wasn't at the rec commission meeting.
Trustee Taylor?
A couple of things very quickly. The first is that the Sustainability Task Force is going to be doing a lot of activities to celebrate Earth Month. And to be announced coming up in May, the school foundation is going to hold its annual gala, which will be down at the Waterfront Park. So keep your eyes peeled for that invitation.
Trustee Shari Rosen Asher.
I just feel compelled to say all of my names. Okay, I met with the Human Rights and Diversity Committee last night, and they are working on a calendar to share with the board, with the mayor, and with Melissa, that will kind of go through all the things that they intend to recognize with statements and or events. So we'll have that all, and it's also going to help with kind of their succession plan as new members come on, that they'll kind of have a framework. So I'll be getting that to you shortly. They're also working on trying to have more regular submissions for communications. So I hope everybody has seen the Women's History Month stuff that Melissa has posted on the Facebook page. And if people haven't checked out the Village Facebook page, please do so. And they also are working on trying to come up with guidelines for emergency procedures. If something, if something happens right away, what is the procedure for issuing a statement, getting in touch with you, how long till that statement comes out? So it's something they're going to want to be discussing with Melissa. And I think they want to invite Melissa to the next meeting. So that would be nice. And anyone else is welcome to attend. We're down a whole bunch of members and another one left gave notice a couple of days ago. So if anybody's interested in being on the Human Rights and Diversity Committee, please send your information to the nominating committee. And then I think the beautification committee also wants to do something for Earth Month. And I know that Melissa and I did suggest that they work with the Sustainability Task Force. So everybody isn't working separately and they're all working together. There is a chamber meeting next week at Harper's. You're all invited if you'd like to come. And then the Fairy Festa, which hopefully we'll have a sidewalk for. So that's it.
Well, I want to say, I think Melissa and I are going to the chamber meeting, right? We are doing that. I also want to thank the Human Rights Committee for the work they've done. I mean, they've done, every month they've come up with informational bulletins and news information that we pass out. So I think they've been doing a great job. So I want to thank them for putting together that information. And it's been a real learning experience for all of us. So thank you for that. Trustee Casal?
Well, you saw what the the Affordable Housing Task Force has been up to. They've done a phenomenal job on the ADU law. And Senior Center is slowly, we're cranking back up again. So if you're interested in the exercise classes or whatever, contact Abby. And I guess that's about it.
Okay, I have some announcements. On March 17th, 2022, Police Chief Manuel Guevara graduated from the FBI National Academy. The FBI National Academy is a professional course of study for U.S. and international law enforcement managers nominated by their agency heads because of demonstrated leadership qualities. The 10-week program, which provides coursework in intelligence theory, terrorism, management science, law, behavioral science, law enforcement, communication, and forensic science, serves to improve the administration of justice in police departments and agencies at home. Leaders and managers of state, local, county, tribal, military, federal, and international law enforcement agencies attend the FBI National Academy. Participation is by invitation only through a nomination process. Congratulations to Chief Guevara on successfully completing this very impressive training. So thank you, Chief, and welcome back. I know you're back, so welcome back. We're happy to have you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, he's
He's
here.
been waiting for this whole 4 hours.
Oh, if I would have known, I would have read.
Yes.
Oh my God, I had no idea that's what you were waiting for. I would have
I
told
would
you
have read the
there
whole
earlier.
announcement. I'm
Welcome
sorry.
back.
Still downstairs?
He's actually waiting for a different announcement. He didn't know that this announcement was
Yeah.
going to be on.
Correct. That's correct.
Congratulations.
I did watch the ceremony and it was very nice. And the chief looked very dapper in his suit.
Yeah.
Thank you
Very
very much.
impressive what they said about
I
it.
did try to represent. Thank you.
We lost about 20 pounds in that program, right? Or-
That's correct. I did. I did.
How skinny he is, his face.
Well, welcome back, Chief.
I'm very happy to be back, but thank you very much.
So I guess this announcement is of interest. It's to the chief. It's on April 1st, 2022. Police Lieutenant Travis Colvin will receive an FBI honorary medal in Washington, D.C. in connection with his participation related to the apprehension of a homicide suspect on June 3rd, 2019.
Wow.
On the evening of June 3rd, 2019, the FBI requested the assistance of our local SWAT team in the execution of a search warrant at the Ardsley Acres Motel. Upon approaching the motel, the suspect exited a room and engaged in open gunfire, injuring numerous officers, including Lieutenant Colvin. Lieutenant Colvin, who was a sergeant at the time, was shot by a ricochet bullet to his leg. The FBI wishes to commend Lieutenant Colvin for his bravery and for putting himself in harm's way to protect the people of Westchester County. We certainly are grateful to him. And Mr. Chief, anything you want to add to that?
No, I just, unfortunately, that incident does highlight that we are not immune to a lot of the dangers of the profession. And I don't know why I just disappeared, but
One of the dangers.
Dangers of the profession.
correct. But thankfully, everybody, there were numerous officers that were injured in that incident, and I'm glad though that nothing serious. And it was we were able to assist the FBI with that.
No, that was some night. I remember hearing the gunfire from my own house, so that was some fire. So we appreciate his efforts as well as all the first responders. So thank you. And the last announcement that I have is the village is happy to announce that the Ferry Festa is back in 2022. You should save the date, Saturday, October 1st, 2022, from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Main and Cedar Streets for a day of pedestrian festivities and fun for the entire family. Main Street and Cedar Street will be closed to vehicular traffic for the event. And it's a day to celebrate the beauty and neighborliness of our village. So thank you for that. And if there's no other further business, is there a motion to adjourn this meeting? Trustee Patino.
Oh, but Mayor, I did want to go to executive session. I know it's really late, but it should only take 5 minutes.
Well,
unless you want to do it on another day.
Yes,
I think
let's do it on a-
time's of the essence, and I'm away starting Thursday.
You would have to call a special meeting.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it tonight. In 10 minutes, we'll do it.
It should be short. I already talked to everybody.
Okay.
You need a motion.
Is there a motion to
Move into
break into
executive
executive session?
For the
Yeah,
discussion
who's gonna send out
of
the
the
Zoom?
Personnel.
for the discussion of the employment matters regarding a particular person.
Okay, trustee Sullivan, second trustee Taylor, all in favor? All, okay.
I sent Laura Lee an email earlier. I don't know if she sent us a Zoom or not.
I'm sending it right now.
Okay, thanks, Melissa.
Need Alyssa here?
No,
You have to come back here to close the meeting.
I know, but we don't need her, right?
no.
Doesn't have to
Can we-
be streamed.
It doesn't have to
Or
be
it does
streamed.
with all the board
Closing
members.
out the meeting.
You have to
Adjourning
make
the
a
meeting.
motion to close the meeting.
No, we're saying when we close the meeting, we have to come back on camera.
You have
She could
members
just let it-
participating remotely, so yes, you need
So
to.
could she just let it run? I don't,
Fine, it's fine.
Let's just be quick.
It will be quick.
I mean, everyone, we already, oh,
you
really?
guys think.
Okay, all right, well.
In order to qualify for remote participation, I'm
You have to go to the
afraid that
bathroom
yes,
first?
you
It's gonna
have
be
to
a
have the
30-minute
entire meeting.
conversation.
Let's hope not. Let's-
Somebody has a laptop? You have a laptop? Okay.
Time sheet of some sort.
No, I don't want to do paperwork. I did it as a favor for Jen. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, but we'll have to take it out of the part-time budget. We don't have any other. The next new budget, it will have to be modified.
I would suggest then that only this year, it's like, you know, it's like, yeah. You know.
Maybe I should.
We apologize. That was longer than we thought.
Not to worry. Deliberation is a good thing.
Melissa has only.
Oh, she's got the mini
comically
bottle.
Large, not comically
Not
ridiculous.
cartoonishly large.
I mean, it's still
I just said.
one of the largest water, but the one from the other day.
That was-
Seconded by trustee Rosenberg to return to the general session. You
Well,
need
really
a-
have to just.
You need a quorum to vote to close.
Oh, they have to relog on to the,
Yes. Let's hope so. You don't have 4 people.
so we can never leave.
Okay, there
There,
it is.
there we
Okay,
go.
is there a motion to adjourn this meeting? Trustee Patino, second trustee Rosenberg, all in favor? Meeting adjourned.
The changes are all gonna be in the, like, the 10-minute budget has to be.
Yeah, it's already-